Student trustee Nori,
Here.
trustee Dubois,
Here.
trustee Ginn,
Here.
trustee Stevenson,
Here.
trustee Thompson,
Here.
President Sarver.
Here.
Okay, a quorum is present.
Great, thank you. All right, and in closed session, the board voted by a unanimous vote of 5 in favor, 0 against, to approve settlement agreement in case number 2021-1. That was the only action we took in closed session this evening. Oh, I skipped over the approval of the agenda, so please let me go back and do that. Are there any changes recommended to the agenda, or is there a motion to approve it?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
And I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, the agenda is approved. All right, that brings us along then to the approval of the consent agenda. This is a board action to approve all the items, which is taken simultaneously with one motion, which is not debatable and requires a unanimous roll call vote for passage. The action indicated on each item is deemed to have been considered in full, and the action taken is worded therein. If a member of the board, the superintendent, or the public so requests, any item may be removed from this section and placed on the regular order of business. The motion would be to waive the reading of the consent agenda, accept the reports, adopt the resolutions, and approve other items. Does anybody wish to remove an item, or is there a motion?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, that calls for a roll call, please.
Student trustee Nori,
Yes.
trustee Dubois,
Yes.
trustee Ginn,
Yes.
trustee Stevenson,
Yes.
trustee Thompson,
Yes.
President Sarver.
Yes.
Motion carried, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay, thank you. All right, that moves us along, and we're really hammering through this agenda, really excellent work, to our special recognitions. And the superintendent gets to lead the happiest part of our agenda tonight.
Definitely the most exciting part of the day as well for me. So tonight we do have 2 superintendent recognitions. And I would like to first start with Audrey Haw, who is an 11th grade student at MA. Audrey Haw, who is this year's winner of the Congressional App Challenge for California's 18th Congressional District. Audrey created the Survey Hurricane app using artificial intelligence, AI, to assess damage of storm-impacted regions by utilizing object detection and image classification. Just before the winter break, she received a call from Congresswoman Ishu congratulating her. This tool can assist first responders and government organizations in efficiently assessing hurricane damage and planning critical storm relief efforts. In a press release, Congresswoman stated she applauds Audrey for using her creative energy and technical expertise to address an immediate problem, and is proud of Audrey and all the students who entered their app this year to help others during a difficult year, while they too have had many new challenges. So congratulations, Audrey.
Ooh.
So exciting.
Thank you so much. Yeah, this past year I developed an app called Survey Hurricane that helps detect intact and damaged houses on aerial images of regions that have been hit by hurricanes. Especially with all the hurricanes that happened in the past several months, I was really inspired to build a tool that could potentially help with recovery efforts. And so I'm really excited and honored to have received this award. And I'm really thankful for all of my teachers at MA, especially my computer science teacher, Miss Donaldson, for supporting me in doing this project and encouraging me to pursue computer science. And I'm very thankful to be a part of this school and very excited for what's to come in the next few years.
Congratulations. Our next recommendation is for her teacher, Cindy Donaldson. MA receives several students who enter this competition each year, and as a school having been acknowledged for that due to the encouragement from Miss Cindy Donaldson, AP Computer Science teacher. Thank you to Ms. Donaldson, not only for her support to our students, but also for returning to MA 6.5 years ago to start the computer science program, which includes AP Computer Science Java, AP Computer Science, Principles, and mobile apps. She has been instrumental in developing the course pathway and mentoring teachers who teach the courses. For the last 3 years, MA has received the College Board's AP Computer Science Female Diversity Award, largely due to Cindy's impact on the program. Congratulations, Cindy. This recognition is well-deserved.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And Audrey, congratulations again. I'm so proud of you. Audrey's project is amazing. The government can start using it tomorrow if they want to. Like it's incredible. It's industry worthy. And I love that she is one. I said this in a meeting with MA, but I love that she is one of the 20%, only 20% of programmers right now are women, and she's leading the charge. So, and also she's just such an amazing mind. And I feel like she's gonna lead the Silicon Valley someday to make really ethical and compassionate projects. So good job, Audrey. We're so proud of you.
Thank you so much.
Simone, would you like to say a couple of things?
Yeah. First of all, what a wonderful pair of commendations. What incredible work. I hope that that this can be adapted even further for things like assessing wildfire damage and mudslide damage and a number of disasters that we get here in California as well, although who knows when we'll start getting some hurricanes here also. This kind of wonderful work, I think, also reflects a little bit on some of the course approvals that are a little further down on our agenda tonight, as we really try to bring more and more preparation for this kind of work to more of our students across the district. But it's just extraordinary, the kind of work that has gone into this effort and the kind of exceptional outcome and recognition that's been earned here. So Audrey and Ms. Donaldson, thank you so much for this great work.
Thank you.
If it's okay, I'll chime in here. Really proud of Audrey and our computer science program. And I have to say, we got the call like right before finals week. But we weren't allowed to let Audrey know till the Congresswoman had notified her herself. And we had a Zoom scheduled with Congresswoman Eshoo, but that was the week they had to work on the stimulus package. So that got sidetracked. But Audrey will also be able to go to the House of Code reception. I believe that's a virtual event, April 8th and 9th, where winners from the congressional districts across the country will be honored. So congratulations, Audrey, and profuse thanks to Ms. Donaldson for returning to MA to continue her career and inspire future computer scientists. We're very fortunate.
That is just awesome. Okay, thank you. We move along to our student trustee comments this evening. And we missed you last time, student trustee Nori.
Yeah, unfortunately, I had to attend another event, but there isn't too much to report. I'm glad that the second semester has started off strong with distance learning. One thing to add is I think it's nice how the attendance policies on Wednesday have changed, because that was a big complaint previously related to people being marked absent in classes even though they did the work. So now that it's simply logging onto Canvas, that should make things a lot more streamlined. But yeah.
Okay, thank you. And welcome back for second semester. We move on to our comments from SDTA and AFSCME. And why don't we go in reverse order just to liven things up? Ms. Horton, are you there?
I am here. Good evening, everyone. Congratulations to Audrey. That is just so neat to see your parents back there. What an amazing evening for you all. Congratulations. I'm sure MA administration and staff are super excited and so proud of your accomplishments. So congratulations, Audrey. And on the front, what has AFSCME been up to? We have been, let's see, let me slow down here. Let's see, working with our reps at each site as issues come up. I know that during the winter, there has been a lot of activity going on with cases rising, and I'm sure that has impacted a lot of our coworkers and our students, and just really thankful for Jacqueline at the head of this with keeping communication to us coming and always making herself available for questions and helping us resolve through things. I know we're going to knock on her door here soon. We've got some things to work on, and we're looking forward to always, having a collaborative approach with her and her staff. I think that's pretty much it. I'm really excited from the announcement of the new White House administration last week. Someone actually makes a lot of sense when they speak, and as they speak to the people of the U.S., I know for me it was very a calming, like, wow, your words make sense, and so his caring words with being pro-labor and helping us come around and beat the pandemic. Really looking forward to all the legislation that is coming around. So on that note, good evening to you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Horton. And Ms. Salvatore.
Yes, much of the same. We're excited about having some real pro-education focus nationally, getting a handle on the COVID response and vaccination so that we can all move forward together. And we have been spending a couple of hours each of the last 4 weeks with the district, working hard to try and come up with an agreement for when we can implement our in-person instruction again in our district. And we're looking forward to continuing that work next week and to getting back together with the benefits committee to look at options for benefits that can continue the wonderful health and welfare benefits we offer our members, but also recognize the financial impact that they have on the district and what we are able to do with our district revenues. So we're keeping super busy and enjoying a nice smooth transition back into this first semester.
Okay, thank you. All right, we move along to public comment. And now I will have the opportunity to read that wonderful description of how we run public comment. This period is for speakers wishing to address the board on matters not on the agenda. Persons wishing to provide comments on non-agendized items should raise their electronic hand in the Zoom platform during this portion of the agenda. When it is a speaker's turn to comment, the board president will call on that person and staff will unmute the speaker. All speakers are requested to state their full name and affiliation with the district, if any, at the beginning of their comments when they are invited to speak. Board policy ordinarily limits the time to be devoted to public comment to 10 minutes, and individual speakers are ordinarily limited to 3 minutes. If the board decides to expand the amount of time to be allocated to public comment because many speakers wish to address the board may reduce the time allocated to individual speakers to 2 minutes or to 1 minute as appropriate in order to permit more speakers to comment. The board will announce the amount of time to be allocated to each speaker before public comment begins. The time allocated to each speaker will be displayed on the Zoom screen. When a speaker's time is expired, staff will mute the speaker. Staff will not notify speakers that their time has expired, so speakers should monitor their own time carefully. Please be advised that board members cannot respond to comments regarding matters not listed on the agenda per Government Code Section 54954.2, which also sounds like a star date. Okay, and I do so far see one hand up in the attendees, on hopefully that's for a comment on an item that it is not agendized currently this evening. And with that, will the staff please unmute Maestra Reina?
Good evening. My name is Andrea Reina. I am a Menlo Park resident and 8th grade teacher in Ravenswood. I'm calling to express my support for the recent efforts of Council Member Lopez and his coalition to diversify the Sequoia District. As an 8th grade teacher in the area, I am witnessing how the lack of diversity in district leadership affects my students as they prepare to transition to the district. For example, a placement testing regime for English and math puts students into classes that don't put them on a path toward graduation. The message being that high school is not for them. No student should ever feel that way. These practices must change. Leadership that reflects our entire community will help mitigate practices that segregate students from marginalized communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reina. Our next hand up is from somebody identified as Elvira.
Good evening, board trustees. My name is Elvira, and I am the mom of 3 daughters who went to Redwood City Public Schools and the Sequoia High Schools. I currently have my last daughter at Woodside. I am also collaborating with the nonprofit community organization, Innovate Public Schools. I am here tonight to speak to you about the important choice you have regarding selecting our new district superintendent. I am very concerned that only 50% of our Latino students graduate from high school with a UC and CSU eligibility. I know this is a problem that starts earlier in elementary grades. As the superintendent needs to be aware of the younger grades and communicate with the middle school and elementary school districts. We can't wait until 8th grade to find out that our kids are behind. Once they're behind, there's not a clear path to get back on track. We need a superintendent who will deeply believe in students and their ability to rise to their academic challenges, even if they come from difficult situations. I've had to pull many resources from our community to try and get the extra support for my children. I would like a superintendent to be aware of the situation of parents like me. I also want somebody who embodies the experience of our kids and our families. Someone who knows and has traveled the journey and has seen the struggle. I'd also like a superintendent to hire principals with staff with the same characteristics. This person should ideally be bilingual with English and Spanish and make themselves available to connect with our community. If they don't connect with our community, parents tend to shy away from their students' education. I would like to see someone approachable who is not intimidating for our families and staff to reach out to, but rather has a friendly face with open doors. Thank you for listening, and I hope Innovate Public Schools parent group will have a chance to meet with you soon.
Thank you, Elvira. I apologize for the mispronunciation earlier.
No problem. Thank you.
Our next hand up is from Francisco.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Good evening, trustees. My name is Francisco, and I'm an alumni from Woodside. I graduated last year, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about the diversity. So, like when I was in AP, in a couple AP classes, I noticed that most of the classes weren't as diverse, and I feel like oh, I'm sorry, my Wi-Fi is cutting, but I feel like that wouldn't be a problem if our leadership wasn't diverse, and I feel like that's something that needs to be fixed. And if there was that representation on the top, and also I am here to express my support for the recent efforts of Councilman Lopez and his coalition to diversify the Sequoia district. For far too long, we've had leadership that doesn't reflect what our community looks like. What message does it sound the children, part of African American, Latino, and Pacific Islander students? The very district which teaches has consistently failed to hire people of their background. I am concerned that the district has created almost a glass ceiling for our community. This needs to change, and thank you. A little bit nervous.
Okay, thank you, Francisco. We have one more hand up from Adili Skillen.
Good evening, trustees. I just want to kind of concur with one, excuse me. My name is Adili Skillen. I am a teacher. I was previously a teacher at Carlmont High School, and now I'm a teacher at Sequoia High School. And again, good evening, board. I just want to follow suit with what the previous callers were mentioning in regards to as we look to a new superintendent, as we come together with that there be placed really in the need of what is going on with Black Lives Matter and George Floyd and equity, that we really look to a leader that will have information and expertise in the areas of diversity, hoping to bring a larger group of diverse teachers, administrators to our district, because in doing so, we create a better district. It appeals to the different communities that we have, and it appeals to all the communities we have. Working with Innovate and how they are working with their parents, our parents, and all the staff members, and Edith, and everybody that we have, and working around the clock to create a community. And we want to be able to create that community by enriching our staff, our administrators with a greater diverse population, not just from the students' standpoint, as the one gentleman just was speaking of, but having different staff members, having different administrators, different people of color. The equity that we can bring to our district will only improve our district. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you. All right, our next hand is up from Uriel Hernandez.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you. Good evening, trustees. My name is Uriel Hernandez. I am an alum. I'm Menlo Atherton class of 2009. I went to Menlo Atherton after graduating from Willow Oaks Elementary School in Ravenswood City School District in East Palo Alto. Initially I was supposed to go to Calmont. That was my assigned school, but it would not work for my family to have me have to travel, an extra 20 minutes to attend a school in Belmont when Menlo Atherton was there. Small schools at Ravenswood meant that me and all of my peers were in the same class. There weren't really any electives, any extra subjects. But when I attended Menlo Atherton, I somehow was put into honors classes while a lot of my peers were not. And that was because, folks stuck their necks out for me. They knew that, I would be able to perform in those classes. All of this to say is that in the search for a new trustee in the search for a new person, it's important that they know the importance of going above and beyond for students that need that extra support. The untapped potential that a lot of kids just kind of get written off for. Trustee needs to have experience working with those types of communities, a lot of experience. You need to be able to go above and beyond to properly serve the diverse community that attends these schools. So please just be extra mindful of that and extra considerate of the needs of diversity and the needs to be able to build those connections with a variety of communities. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, looks like our last hand currently is Rocio Esqueda Jaber.
Good evening. I think you can hear me. Good evening, Board of Trustees. I am a mother of a student at Sequoia High School and someone who witnessed the segregation of minorities in Calmont High School in the 90s. When I have meetings with IEP committees and the latter, I want to feel represented and not feel like I'm giving a prescription. I'm calling to express my support for the recent efforts for Councilman Lopez and his coalition for diversity of the Sequoia District. For far too long, we have had a leadership that doesn't reflect our community. Looks like. What message does it sound, the children, particularly of African American, Latino, and Pacific Islander students, the very district that teaches has consistently failed to hire people of their background. And I'm concerned that the district has created almost a glass ceiling for our community, and it needs to change. Thank you.
Thank you. Have another hand up now from Julian Garcia.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Julian Garcia. I'm calling in today in support of the recent efforts of Councilman Lopez and his coalition to diversify Sequoia District. When I attended Sequoia, I also saw that many of the leadership in the school did not look like me. So I feel like, the leadership needs to be more diverse so it can have a better education system going on.
Well, they keep popping up. We now have another hand from B. Ventura.
Sorry, that was a mistake.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, not seeing any more hands. I have a piece of correspondence that I wanted to read this evening that is in alignment with actually all of those speakers, and I wanted to bring that out and then turn to the superintendent for a moment. The piece of correspondence I received a couple of weeks ago, and it has been followed by a substantial amount of follow-up conversation and give and take. Now I did want to present it into the record as correspondence and ask the superintendent to do some follow-up work. Came from Councilmember Antonio Lopez for the City of East Palo Alto. It came on City of East Palo Alto letterhead as official correspondence from the city, which is how we responded to it. And it read, "Dear President Sarver, as the newest member of the East Palo Alto City Council, I am writing to you to express grave concerns regarding the current relationship between the Sequoia Union High School District and East Palo Alto. Throughout my campaign, concerned parents would go out of their way to share with me just how disconnected they feel from your school district. This is not to say that you have not sought to build a solid relationship with our community. But what is evident is that when it comes to an East Palo Alto strategy, the approach has always been one where Sequoia Union High School District has imposed its views rather than allowed it for our community to act as partners. This disconnect is further exacerbated by the fact that at every level of your leadership teams, from your administration to principals and vice principals, the diversity of our region is not reflected. This is not coincidence, but rather a strategic choice to only have one perspective at the table. I am thankful for the addition of leaders like Trustee Stevenson to the board. This change, however, cannot rest on one person alone. It requires the coordinated efforts of a whole set of stakeholders. Although I am certain this is difficult to read, this is not intended to be antagonistic. This letter is intended to be the beginning of an honest conversation about how we can work to ensure that we do not lose another generation of East Palo Alto students. Given your history of social justice, I'm certain that we can build a bridge that can help me in my goal of creating economic opportunities for East Palo Alto. The fight to save my community begins and ends in your classrooms. This pandemic has only widened the gap between those with ready access to educational resources and those students who may feel pressured to take an extra job to help their unemployed parent. Now more than ever, the district needs to proactively reach out to their East Palo Alto families and reassure them that this year of socially distanced learning does not result in their child losing an entire year's worth of schooling. For that reason, I would like to work with you and your colleagues to help make the Sequoia Union High School District a place where East Palo Alto is represented within your leadership teams. Allow me to make personal for a moment what is at stake. As the first person in my family to attend college, I've seen the power a quality education has on our community. Statistically speaking, it is the single most reliable predictor of socioeconomic mobility. I ran for office on a pledge that on closer examination is not so much a pledge, but a fundamental right to make experiences like mine not the exception, but the norm. Let us work together to deliver that right. I thank you in advance for your time, and I look forward to meeting with you. Sincerely, Antonio Lopez, Council Member, City of East Palo Alto. So this is the correspondence that is the basis of the speakers that we heard this evening as well. And it has been the basis of significant correspondence with Councilmember Lopez in an attempt to get meetings such as he has requested going. Superintendent, I would like to hand that over to you and ask you to follow up further with Councilmember Lopez to try to arrange the kind of meeting to get started the conversation he has requested. As you know, everything that has been brought up by the speakers this evening and most of what is in that letter are things that have been strong actives of areas of focus of this district, this board, this leadership for many years. And I would like to begin with being able to go through the large amount of work that we have been doing in this area and get the kind of community input that can really help us be even more effective at the goals we all share.
Absolutely, President Sarver. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to meet with Councilmember Lopez as it presents an opportunity for us to listen and for us to learn. I'm hopeful that this will build the confidence in our community that we are committed to the importance of equity and diversity at the Sequoia Union High School District. and that we are moving in the direction of what would be requested of this committee's core work.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, a note is that in our agendas for the past, it's been quite a while, the correspondence item, which had always been paired with public comment, disappeared a while ago. I think it was actually more than a year ago, but it was always a regular part of our agendas. So I want to ensure that we do retain that from now on, and as things come in that pertain here, they can be shared. And if some staff follow-up is appropriate, we can ensure that happens within this forum. So at this point, we move on to information items. And item 12.1 is the presentation of the proposed local control accountability LCAP timeline. And for that, I believe that we have Assistant Superintendent Bonnie Hanson on the line.
Thank you, President Sarver. It's nice to be here with you on this beautiful day in the Yosemite Valley. We are launching into our LCAP preparation. We are launching into it in half the time that we usually do. We have the same end date as the state has always given us, which is to have it approved by the board by the end of June. And it needs, of course, as you know, to come before you a meeting before that for open comment. And then prior to that, we need to have it posted, Superintendent Leach to respond to questions, et cetera, et cetera. So in your board packet, you have the proposed LCAP timeline for this work. The LCAP template just got finalized yesterday, along with the annual update. So that will tell you a little bit about how new it is. That said, we're gonna get this done and we're gonna do a good job. So something that I think is important and that I'm proud of is that this board has done a nice job of aligning district goals so that we are not serving many masters and many different sets of goals and plans and sub-bullets. And the LCAP is driven in its large items by the board's goals. And then underneath that, in our actions and in our measurements of achievement of those actions, comes the how we're going to do the what of the school board. And so with your permission, because the panorama survey that we've used year on end for continuity is really not appropriate this year, it asks things like, do you feel welcome on your student's campus? And does your student feel safe at school? So we would like to pause from offering that survey, since we think if we send it out, our community is likely going to say, have you any idea what is actually going on? And we would like to instead send out a survey where we ask for their input on board goals, which I know you guys are going to be working on this coming weekend, so that we can get their ideas about priorities and about actions that they would like to see us take in relation to those goals. So that survey is set to open on February 1st. So I hope you guys have a super productive Saturday. And then you can see from there the process through which the rest of the LCAP goes, hopefully ending in a really nice document that we are proud of and that we can follow to do what's best for all of the stakeholders who count on us. June 23rd.
All right. Are there board member comments? I see Chris Thompson's hand is up.
Just two very quick comments. One is to say that the LCAP seems to me offers an excellent opportunity for the kind of input we received during the public session to be incorporated in the planning process for the district. So I would encourage people to use that mechanism as input to the board and to the district. The other is, I was glad to see on the dates on the calendar that you have, in particular, that I think you're reporting out to us on March 24th is one of the, what I see as a key date, because 2 days later, I think we start interviewing the superintendent for the district. And so it'll be nice to have that sense of district goals, district priorities as we start to interview candidates. So thank you.
And Shanice, you have your hand up.
Thank you. Bonnie, I have one question. When I'm looking at the timeline between February 24th and March 25th, between those two green areas, I noticed that you're getting input as far as the community input findings with the cabinet, the principal, the unions, the IVPs, that kind of thing. Where are, I don't know if students belong in here in the input session versus the review, in addition to the review session, as well as parents. Because I know we have a parent advisory board. I know we have a student advisory board, and I see that they're down in review, which I think is appropriate there, but I also wonder about community input, to the findings or whatever.
Yeah, and you may also notice that the stakeholder groups who are listed in March are not again listed when it's time to do the review, and that's intentional as well. But all the groups that you just named will be able to give input during the February 22nd community engagement event. They will all be invited to that, and we'll also have their input from the survey.
Okay. And far as the survey, we know we have certain populations that don't always fill out the survey. We have a survey for the search, we have survey for this, and there's going to be many more surveys that come. So is there a plan on ensuring, either through our parent liaisons at every district, to ensure that the different levels of communities and parent engagement, that they fill out the survey?
Yes, the survey opening and closing dates were determined in part by checking with our EL coordinator and making sure that there was an ELAC and a DLAC meeting scheduled during that time, and for each site, which has been a good place for us to get survey results in last year's. Also, the main job of the parent liaisons in the first half of February will be contacting families and saying, hey, can I help you to serve this, fill this out? What kind of support can I give to you? The survey will be in English and in Spanish, and it will be able to be filled out on a phone app as well as on a computer.
Okay. And is it a complicated survey? Because I know there's been surveys that have so many levels, you get tired of like if, ands, and does all through them. Are we making sure it's as simplified as possible?
We are.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay. I still see Chris's hand up. I don't think you actually want a second bite at the apple here, but any other board member questions? It looks like there is an attendee. So Ms. Barr, would you like to weigh in?
Hi, this is Trisha Barr, and I just had a clarifying question. Did I understand that the panorama survey will not be given this year? And the reason I was asking, because I know that we've done this for many years, and I think it's really important parent feedback, and the questions can be modified as needed if some of them aren't relevant this year because we're remote.
I completely agree with you, as does all of leadership, that the continuity that we've gotten from the panorama survey has been very, very helpful to us. Most of the questions on the panorama survey do not apply to this year. We could certainly do it in a panorama format, but there's not a lot of information there that we usually gather that is appropriate in our current context.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I see Trustee Dubois, your hand is up now.
Yes, I just thought of something, Bonnie, and maybe you mentioned this and I missed it. So we are doing, or we've already done the Healthy Kids survey, which is really important because it has the alcohol and other drugs information, mental health information. I think that's one of the most important surveys that we can do as a district. So
I'm gonna ask Jackie to answer that.
Okay. Because I just feel that information needs to also be tied into the LCAP this year.
we conducted the Healthy Kids survey on a Wednesday, and I can't remember if it was last Wednesday or 2 Wednesdays ago, but on a Wednesday, and we have not yet gotten the results back. When we do get the results back, our wellness coordinator will be analyzing those and sharing those out with the sites as well.
And there'll be a board presentation with the results this year?
We can definitely do that if that's what you would like.
Okay, and seeing no other hands, Bonnie, I had one question that I wanted to check in with. The single community engagement event, over the past several years, we have had community engagement evenings at every site, and many board members have attended it at multiple sites, and it's been a really excellent way to get really diverse and meaningful community input and get a lot of guidance on the issues that we feel are really critical. My sense is that with the constrained time frame and the pandemic conditions, you have come up with a really creative alternative this year that's magically jamming it into one place. I'd like to hear a little bit about how you're planning to do so much in a day.
So that's something that we'll need to work on with the principals. We may do breakout groups, that's to be determined, but they have been, as you know, in much communication with their family communities and doing parent engagement nights over the course of this year. So we'll sit down and figure that out as a group. It's not optimal by any stretch of the imagination. Nothing about this timeline is, but I'm confident that we can get good data.
I think that as we see in our board meetings, there are silver linings to the lack of optimal in the way we're operating. The community participation in our board meetings has been vastly larger in the past 10 months than any time in the previous 10 years. And the amount of public comment and participation we're garnering is really a completely new animal. So I do think that if we are ending up running a large number of parallel sessions that are site-based, and if we have the opportunity to engage board members in joining in to be another set of ears to be there and listen, I think we might find that we get more and more productive participation actually than in the old days when things maybe were more optimum in some ways. So I do think this is a huge opportunity for creativity and a really positive outcome. Okay, any other comments around the group? Okay, so with that, thank you for this information item. We clearly all have an intense timeline ahead of us and some work cut out for us. I'm now nervously engaged in how productive the board and the superintendent need to be on Saturday at our retreat.
You can do it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that moves us on from information to discussion. And our first discussion item is once again another piece of work that was brought to us by, in this case, students from our community. And I think this is extremely exciting to get started on. So Superintendent Leach, please take us away with the climate emergency statement declaration and tracking energy use dashboard.
Yes, we have the opportunity to have two presentations from students tonight. And the first one, we've been communicating with Miss Connie Gong and her team regarding climate energy emergency statement declaration. As President Sarver just said, I believe they have a wonderful presentation. I must say, I love the template. So Miss Gong, please take it away. You should have the ability to share your screen as well, if you like.
Hi, actually, I'll be sharing screen today.
Perfect.
Okay, so real quick, I'd like to thank trustees.
You
and
can
Lynn for
speak
letting
up
us-
just a little bit. You sound really far away. Okay.
Sorry about that. Is this a little better?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for letting us all speak here today. And with that in mind, this is a proposal for the Sequoia Union High School District to pass a climate emergency declaration and resolution. So our purpose in coming here today is because we want the Sequoia Union High School District to be a leader in addressing climate change, because it's going to be an issue that affects all of our community. A little bit on who we are is that we are a coalition of student sustainability leaders across the district who want the district to take climate action. Our names are Katinka Lenneman, Brandon Wee, Connie Gong, Kat Wynn, Maeve Merwin, and Sarah Typin.
And we are not alone in our fight for climate action. There are 9 organizations across the district and county who are supporting our goals, including the San Mateo County offices and organizations within Woodside, Sequoia, and Carmont High School. We have also reached 750 signatures on our change.org petition declaring climate change to be an emergency affecting our school's community.
Warming needs to stay below 2 degrees Celsius to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. But right now, the world is on track to warming to over 4 degrees by the end of the century. It is not too late to change course, but we're counting on policymakers such as yourselves to act now. So what does climate change look like on a local scale? For one, we have seen yearly wildfires that released a disturbing amount of air pollution, heightened health risks, and prompted evacuations or even the destruction of homes. Moreover, sea level rise is a threat to coastal communities, and drastic weather patterns will increase in frequency. Climate change affects people's mental health as well, but all the impacts will be felt most by those in low-income areas.
There's a goal alignment across multiple levels shown on this slide, but some of the more local ones are in California. Governor Newsom is phasing out gas-powered vehicles by 2035 and conserving 30% of the state's land in an effort to protect biodiversity. County and citywide, the San Mateo Board of Supervisors and the Youth Commission declared a climate emergency last year. San Mateo County cities have been planning and implementing measures to reduce emissions and creating adaptation plans for each since 2012. School district-wise, multiple school districts have achieved green ribbon success, such as San Carlos and Ravenswood, and the San Mateo Union High School District recently set up a district sustainability leadership model and have a baseline assessment plan. Overall, policymakers are pushing for these climate policies and showing up in climate leadership. We would like you all to do the same. So we're reaching a tipping point. Here on the diffusion of innovation theory chart, we can see that rapidly through youth movements and government, state, county, and town actions, that an early, almost late majority of people has formed. We don't want to be the laggards. California and our local area is a climate change leader, so our school district must be too.
For our declaration and resolution, we declare climate change an emergency that requires immediate and robust action from you all at the Board of Trustees. And our resolution lays out 3 main points for our requests. The first one is the foundation. We would love for you all to pass a climate emergency declaration on behalf of the district. And the second step is to implement a district sustainability leadership model whose goals will be to implement a baseline sustainability assessment and ultimately implement a climate action plan. And that baseline assessment is just an assessment of how sustainable the utilities across the district are.
So in regards to the Sustainability Board and the baseline assessment, one potential project could be an energy dashboard system. This would track data used for the baseline assessment as well as provide easier access to data for future projects. Peninsula Clean Energy can provide $10,000 to $30,000 for launch funding, and San Mateo Office of Education and Peninsula Clean Energy are both willing to help with the implementation of the dashboard. The images on the left show San Mateo County Office of Education's energy dashboard that compares energy use across all of their facilities. Additionally, the dashboard provides electricity costs and a monthly breakdown of electricity consumption.
And while you all are working to pass that declaration, some things that we will do is, number one, we'll continue to advocate and promote environmental literacy. And once you all pass that resolution, we'll share official copies of it with other schools, as well as the San Mateo offices and other state and national organizations. And finally, we'll collaborate with the leadership model to develop and implement that climate action plan. And so we just want to thank you all for your time today. And if you had any questions, you can feel free to ask them on the call right now, or email to me and Katinka. And our emails are also available for you to get in contact with us about next steps.
Okay, are there comments or questions from the board? Mr. Thompson, please.
I'll lower my hand now, so I remembered to do it before the end. I think, like all of my colleagues, we are very grateful for your presentation. I think you're highlighting something that we're long overdue addressing as a district. So I concur with what you're talking about as an issue. I guess I want to suggest to my colleagues a slightly different approach on this. There have been debates among the board in the past about the value of resolutions and to what extent resolutions are symbolic and important or don't have impact because they are purely symbolic. What I'd like to propose to my colleagues is that instead we have a policy discussion. The board has a quote green policy. And I think in reading the green policy, if you look at that, if you haven't already, it's actually not as strong and active as you would have it be, I think. Our green policy tends to focus on balancing issues between economics and short-term and long-term, and does not view the environment as an existential issue that we should be addressing at the school level. And so I take your report very seriously, and I will encourage my colleagues consider having a policy discussion on this issue.
Trustee Dubois. You're muted still.
Sorry about that. I have the opposite view on resolutions. I think they can be very powerful. Trisha Barr, a parent in our community, spoke to us shortly ago, and she worked really hard to get resolutions passed on the vaping issue that we had in our community. She had school boards pass resolutions, city councils pass resolutions, and she was highly effective. So I think we should consider it. And I also want to say to the students, I'm so impressed with your advocacy, how you came together and collaborated. This is just very powerful work. So thank you.
Okay, Chris, I see your hand back up.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I can respond to that. I think my colleague didn't quite understand. The symbolism of resolutions can be important at times, but here we have an opportunity to actually affect the behavior of what the district does. So we make financial decisions based upon the policy we set and priorities that are based upon policy. And so we'd have an even bigger immediate impact within the district. Which is not to say, I mean, passing resolutions are relatively easy for us to do, and how you take those forward can have a symbolic effect. But I'd like to see us do more than that.
Speaking of Trisha Barr, she has her hand up again in the attendee side of the Zoom room. So let's hear from her.
Hi, thank you. Carrie actually read my mind. I don't think it needs to be an either or. I think it can be a both. And having the district pass a resolution absolutely sends a public message that this is a priority and is declarative of the board's position on this. So I think that that's important to do. The resolution that you guys did around vaping and e-cigarettes and flavored tobacco, has been used in order to advocate for the same things that you guys had in the resolution to East Palo Alto and to Menlo Park, who've passed bans on the sale of flavored tobacco and e-cigarettes. And Redwood City, it's coming up on their agenda as well. So I think it can be very effective and help these student leaders in advocating to their cities as well, if you guys make this statement and I also commend and applaud the fact that you would also look to the board's own policies in addition.
Other board comments before I begin throwing in my 10 cents worth? Shanice, please.
First of all, I just want to thank the students for their presentation. I think it's always good to hear the students' voice and their perspective. This is an area of social justice for some communities and definitely for the school to ensure that we're doing our part to deal with climate change. I know in East Palo Alto, the Youth United for Community Action, YUCA, does a lot of work around climate change as well as Nuestra Casa. So I know it's very important to the areas of North Fair Oaks, East Palo Alto, and Bellhaven. So whatever we can do to actually look at policies that support that, but I also think a resolution would be okay as well. So thank you.
All right. Trustee Ginn, I'll give you a shot before I start.
Sure. Thanks, Alan. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I think we keep a lot of lenses in mind as we think about different things that we're doing, and a climate lens is something I think I haven't specifically thought about before hearing this presentation, but think having a climate lens also on decisions is a good frame. In particular, what just comes to my mind, and now is not the time to really solve the problem, but just to think about it, I'm curious how much our energy bills are going to go up as a result of all the additional recirculation of air required in the classrooms. On cold days, having to pump in a lot of cold air and heat it, and on hot days, having to pump in a lot of hot air to change out the air in the room will probably have pretty high increases on our energy usage. And I just think that having a climate lens when we make decisions and look at things going forward is something that I'll take from this presentation, and thanks to students who brought it forward.
Okay. All right. So let me throw in a couple of things. And first of all, I do want to start with thanking the students for preparing this presentation and your hard work and perseverance in getting to this point and having the opportunity to be heard and bringing this to us. And I know we have a follow-up presentation that is also going to relate in this space. So we'll have more conversation ahead. I like the ideas that I've heard so far. I do think that both a resolution and policy work are possible. I have one question actually for the presenting group on a resolution, which is, do you have a resolution template or examples that you have seen in other school districts that you would be able to share with us as a starting point for some of our work and what you think would be good to see? Or are you looking for the district to be kind of taking the lead and putting this together in the first place?
So we have actually created a resolution for you guys to pass. It's linked at the bottom.
Okay.
On the last slide of our declaration, if you want to take a look.
Okay, that's great. So if we have access to that, that will help us put something in the hopper to begin working from, which is excellent. And I do like the idea that you presented that that is a way in this case for this district to be a spur to action and part of the momentum for getting other districts to be becoming involved in this work more formally as well. In addition to the policy review that Trustee Thompson has recommended, which I think is an excellent idea, I do think there's also other work that has been identified as being on the district's horizon, which is doing a facilities evaluation and looking forward to the needs of the district. And I think that having an environmental lens as a key part of that is not only what would be our intention, but something that we want to make sure is right there on a forward burner. And I think that there is a great opportunity to try to ensure that student voices from this group and other members of the broader student community that are active in this area could be a very important part of our facilities planning work as we get going on that. I think that would help us to have the lens that we are talking about here in making sure that that's part of our work going forward. And then my final piece is always to throw out a caveat, which is that we have already heard this evening of a number of issues that are burning on the front burners of the district and interest in much more coming. We have currently an interim superintendent who wears a full-time hat that includes all of the facilities planning that I was just talking about and is doing 2 jobs. We are engaged in a superintendent search. There is a very substantial focus on equity issues throughout the district. And with that, I would like to say that as appropriate and as urgent as this work is, it is something that I think we will need to recognize that we need to be patient and see that our traction on this cannot be as satisfyingly rapid and immediate as we will all wish. I think that our board and our leadership team is very cognizant of and very dedicated to the importance and truly the existential concerns of the environment. And we have a number of issues that are very, very substantial across the district, and we're heavily burdened. So I don't think we can very cavalierly say, hey, superintendent, let's drop it and put this on the front burner alone right now. But I would suggest that we do want to move it to the forward range of our burners and have it be a lens through which we're reviewing things, and that there should be action to follow. Superintendent, does that sound like a fairly reasonable assessment to you?
Sounds pretty reasonable. Definitely think I need a bigger stove with more front burners, but it sounds pretty reasonable.
Okay, so once again, thank you very much for that. You will be hearing from us. You will be working with us. You will be helping us move this forward. Next we have another presentation now on solar energy.
We do. We have Ms. Claire Bing, who is a junior at Carlmont High School, and she will be sharing her presentation and experience in a program for which she attended over the summer. Her focus is on solar energy. Ms. Bing, you should be able to share your screen as well.
Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, my name is Claire Bing, and I'm here to present to you my project, Bringing Sunshine to Sequoia Union High School District. As the superintendent mentioned, I developed this project in a project with an organization called Amigos over the summer. And in this presentation, I'm going to go over some of the benefits of solar energy, some districts near us that have had a lot of success implementing solar energy, and finally, I'm going to share some of my own research about some programs that I think would work for Sequoia Union High School District. So, as we all just heard from the previous presentation, the climate crisis is most definitely an emergency. Antonio Guterres from the United Nations called climate change the most systemic threat to humankind. And for some perspective of how that'll affect our students, in 2050, when me and my peers are in our mid-40s, we'll be experiencing shocking new high temperatures and extreme storms with increasing frequency. So as the previous presentation said, I think this is an issue that's very important and needs to be addressed like it's the emergency that it is. So that's the main benefit of solar power, is that it produces no pollution and it represents an investment in the future of the planet by conserving non-renewable energy sources and protecting the environment. But there are also some economic benefits. Solar offers year-round efficiency and savings with predictable and consistent bills. So one district near us that's had a lot of success with solar energy is
Claire, we've lost your sound even though you're not muted.
$175,000 annually and offsetting 1,754 tons of carbon dioxide, and they paid $0 in upfront costs. The San Mateo Union High School District has also had a lot of luck with solar panels. They saved over $1 million in utility savings just from 2017 to 2018. And in the same time frame, they offset 1,321.5 tons of carbon dioxide. And in total, they will receive $5.7 million from the PG&E Performance-Based Initiative, which is an incentive program. So some options for our district. The first one that I researched is Forefront Power, which is the same company that the Los Altos School District had a successful contract with. They handle all of the installation, permitting, and maintenance for the solar panels, which would make going solar very easy and efficient for our district, and we would have to pay nothing in upfront costs. SunPower also works and they also include a really good STEM education program for schools. Finally, my last option that I researched that I think would be a good fit for our district is Sunlight and Power. They have very good customer service and a lot of financing options, so we could find an option that really fits well with our budget. So in conclusion, I think solar panels for our district is really a no-brainer. Many other districts like ours have proven that solar in schools works. Going solar will save our schools money. And most importantly, an investment in solar energy is an investment in the future of our planet. Are there any questions?
And so are there board comments or questions? Okay, Carrie, go ahead.
I want to say thank you for the presentation. It was very clear. Thank you for your research. I appreciate all of your work. So I think this helps us as a board. And I'm just so impressed with all of our students tonight. This is a great meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody good? Okay. I'll throw in, oh, wait, here they come. Shanice, yes.
I just wanted to thank the student for their presentation. I do have a question for Crystal because I know you're over facilities as well. Do we have solar panels and things like that on some of our buildings? Just to give us a little update of where we are.
Sure. We do have solar throughout the district. We have a huge covered parking solar area at Woodside. That was just recently completed. And then we also have our bus yard at our Mills location is also solar. We have panels at pretty much all of our sites. Some of the challenges with installing more panels is some of our buildings, especially at Sequoia, are historic. So the infrastructure of where we can put panels sometimes is limiting. But as we continue to modernize and revamp our sites, we look for every opportunity and way to put solar, whether that be on the roof, on the side, in parking lots, and any open space that we have throughout campuses.
Thank you, Crystal.
Okay, and I'll throw in a little bit. I was part of the facilities review that we ran in 2013 that led up to our last bond. And at that point, a very big part of the conversation was exploring how much solar energy we could bring into the district as part of a bond. And it was found then and in follow-up during the bond that very much we were limited by the roof structures of most of our 60-year-old buildings throughout the district, that very few of them could support solar. Another major solar project that we were able to do that I don't think Ms. Leach mentioned was Redwood High School, where the newly constructed building there had a modern roof that was completely capable of supporting solar. So the first additional work that was done to that building after completion was to install the solar program there. And I know we have had conversations of new technology that's emerging that would enable solar panels to be actually laid on the south-facing sides of buildings that would get solid sunlight and things like that. So I do think that there's a great interest in a solar component being a very active part of our next round of facilities planning. And I too strongly appreciate the large amount of research that brought to us a number of different programs and approaches that are out there with solar partners who can really manage the cost benefit options that a district faces. I think that will really help us to both maximize the amount of this productive work that we can do and maximize the acceleration of our schedule in implementing as much as possible. So I do very much hope that we will see solar investigation be an active part of facilities planning as soon as we're ready to get to that. And as I said in the previous disclaimer, we can't jump to the front burner and drop everything else. But I think that facilities planning is something that is going to become an action of the district over the course of the coming year. And then at that time, this should be a big part of it. So thank you very much for that presentation as well. Okay, this moves us along to our action items. And action 14.1 is
President
Alan.
Weiner, we have one more.
Oh my
discussion
goodness.
item.
I tried to skip
You know, that little
over
thing called COVID.
our entertainment for the evening. And I don't mean to speak lightly. Absolutely bad eyes. So yes, let us move on to our COVID-19 update. And I likewise forgive you for calling me President Weiner.
My apologies, President Sarver. See, this is why I stick to last names when I talk to people. Okay, so good evening. We do have our regularly scheduled COVID update for each of our board meetings. This will be a two-part update with my update at the beginning, and then we will transition to MA. Who has invited students, again, so happy to see you, as well as staff, to share their experiences, good, bad, and what I would refer to as upside down on distance learning, and then also what we can do moving forward, how we can better serve our students. So I am going to share my screen for just 2 slides. Okay, let's see. Let's move everybody. Okay, so for the update tonight, I wanted to provide a plan approval update. So as our community is aware, our reopening plan was submitted in the beginning of December. In my most recent community communications, I shared that the San Mateo County Office of Education asked for an extension to review our plan, given that we were the first public high school to submit one. Since then, the state of California has released their new guidance and reporting requirements for school districts to adhere to. These new requirements were released on January 14th. As a result, I reached out to the county again regarding our status. Today, they shared that they have reviewed our plan and would like to schedule a time to discuss the state's most recent updates prior to our approval. I have gone through all of the requirements, the new requirements from the state, and the only one that I see that is new and that is lacking from our plan that we submitted prior to these new regulations is around the stable group structures. This is a new requirement. They are moving away from language that we have become familiar with as far as bubble and stable cohorts, and they're moving into a stable group structure. This will apply to us somewhat. We will have to just further explain within our plan how we plan to group students together, which will we will have to demonstrate schedules and such in our reopening plan at a very high level. It does not have to be granular at this time for our plan to be approved. So the next steps is I will be setting up a meeting with MCOE to review the plan and amend as needed. I would imagine that that will happen within the next couple of weeks, if not sooner. I also wanted to provide you a vaccine update. I'm not really privy to any additional information that none of us have, but it still is confirmed that educators are in the Tier 1B group. What has been shared with me is that counties receive no more than 2 weeks ahead of time how many vaccines they're going to get. And it can even be less than 2 weeks. So the challenge that has for us is any planning that could go in. We aren't aware of the amount of vaccines that potentially would be given to our county. So it's a lot of planning, then it's a lot of waiting and then adjusting. And so districts across the county are actively working with the County Office of Ed and County Health Department to make sure that we are in line and that we're advocating for staff, all staff, to be able to get that vaccine. it is county driven, right? So that's why we start to see and hear that different counties are responding differently. So the size of our county will also depend upon how many vaccines that we are given. So you may have heard that in Marin, they were already vaccinating educational staff. That was like about a week or so ago. And then a few weeks ago when they actually started with vaccines, I believe Mariposa, which is a very small county, was able to vaccinate staff. So this is an ever-changing topic. It's constantly changing. And as I get information, I will be sharing that out with both staff and our families. So I did want to talk about the dashboard. There has been some work. We do have that dashboard on our website, and it should be updated no later than the end of this week. And there has been significant improvements to that. So as far as the ventilation upgrades go, we have just recently made a very large purchase of what they refer to as a personal air purifier. And they're large. They're not super large, but they're large. They're large enough that they could be put in classrooms where we are not able to get the air exchanges to meet the CDC and the ASHRAE guidelines that they have recommended for school districts. So we will be able to elevate those air exchanges. And also, obviously, we have these unintended benefits instead of consequences about cooling the room in some of our areas that are a little bit more stuffy. But as Trustee Ginn said earlier, that, you know, there is obviously an added cost for electricity. The COVID-19 staff training, we have complied with the Cal OSHA requirements that went up on our website, I believe January 1st. That was Dr. McAvoy's team, as well as pushing out to all staff a link to review that plan, which is really helpful because it states when a site would be shut down, what our testing protocol is, what our contracting protocol is to ensure that our staff and our students are safe as they return. As Edith had mentioned earlier, we are still in labor agreements, and I'm hopeful that we can close that down and share that out quite soon. And then COVID-19 testing protocols. So this was a big lift for us, and the lift was staff that was needed to meet the testing protocol requirements by the state. And so we have been able to secure additional health aides, and we will be able to start those testing protocols for staff at our sites. I believe starting in early February. So all of this was included in our reopening plan. It did meet the standard checklist around health and safety that was needed to submit to the county. And then we will continue to amend and add additional information as we receive that. So what I wanted to share was this is just a snapshot from the state. We are governed and regulated by both the state of California and by county health officials. And that can be very frustrating because we are getting tons of articles and tons of feedback all over the United States of where it's working well, where it's not working well, where they can come back and they can't come back. And we are in California, and we are bound by the rules that we are given at the state level. And so right now, per the most recent January 14th guidelines, schools opening in the purple tier, they have noted down here that 7th and 12th grade reopening is not permitted in adjusted case rate that is greater than 7. So when you look at the tier colors, the greater than 7 is actually in red. So it's very similar pretty much exact to what was the regulations before, but they have added clarification for 7th and 12th grade, which is nice. Prior to that, there needed to be a waiver for elementary schools. The waiver is now removed for elementary schools, and they have a new rate. With that also goes additional testing for staff, and there is conversation about testing for students, although that is not required at this time. So I did want to share this with you. It will also be made available on our website for reference. So I will stop sharing my screen. And I would like to welcome the MA team.
Can we have some questions before?
Sure.
Can you give an update on what the new rules say anything about attending multiple classes? Like when high schools are allowed to reopen, can students attend multiple classes once we get to red, or is that unclear? And who's making, is that a state decision or a county decision? If you can kind of just talk on that subject, what do we know of the current rules?
So that goes through the change of the wording from bubble and stable cohort to now stable groups that I referenced earlier. I have asked very specific questions that when we come back, will we be allowed to have students and teachers move about, right? Our cohort would be the teachers and the students that are actually on campus. And I have been told, yes, we can do that. We need a way to track, obviously, because of contact tracing, but we will be able to do that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions regarding that? If anything comes to mind after hearing MA's presentation, just let me know. And now I'd like to turn it over to Principal Kennel.
Good evening. Thank you so much. Good evening, President Sarver, Board of Trustees, Interim Superintendent Leach, and Cabinet. I am thrilled to have students and staff who are going to share their real lived experiences during COVID and distance learning. Tonight, our students will tell you about their successes and challenges, supports they found helpful, and their hopes for return to in-person learning. Staff are going to discuss the same successes and challenges with curriculum, incorporating standards-based assessments, in-person cohorts, and overall supports. So without further ado, the stars of the show are my students and my staff. Who I am so proud to serve every day. And then once we have heard from them, we will open it up to you for questions. So the 5 students who are here this evening, we have Julia Godi, Cornell Hill, Juliana Jones, Victoria Marin Revelorio, and Todd Thomas. We're going to kick it off with Julia, who is going to start with her successes and challenges.
Awesome. Well, of course, thank you all so much for having me. My name is Julia Gowdy. I'm a junior at MA this year, and I'm going to first talk about successes a little bit. So I think this year during distance learning, we have seen a growth of empathy in student-teacher relationships. For one, students are gaining more empathy from teachers in terms of like the struggles with COVID and like internet issues and things like that. So teachers have become more empathetic on like the student side in terms of like technology issues or even personal problems. So I think due dates like on assignments have become a lot more lenient, but I think students as well have become a lot more empathetic towards teachers, because I can't imagine what it's like to be a teacher right now. Like it just sounds so difficult. So I think students have just found a lot more like empathy and like understanding. So like things like lessons plans change and things like that. But I'm also the junior class advisor in our student advisory our student leadership program. And so just today, actually, we started working with other ASB programs at Woodside, Carmont, and Sequoia. So that's like definitely nice to get to build that community and like come up with other ideas from the other schools. We had our canned food drive in the fall and second quarter. That was super successful. We also had other events on campus as well as online. But in terms of challenges this year, I found that it's really hard to build community within classes, whether that students aren't turning on their cameras, where they're not participating like as a class as a whole, or in breakout rooms. So I think it's really hard to feel motivated to participate in class if like other students are as well. But I think the greatest challenge is probably mental health. We've seen depression rates are rising in teenagers and even like elementary school kids. And so students are really stuck in the same routine. So if we're doing the same thing every day, it's really hard to like stay focused. So a lot of kids are like going on their phones or doing other classwork. And I think students have a lack of time for everything. For example, a lot of students have jobs or they have to take care of their family. So it is hard to participate in class and finish their homework. And I think we don't talk about mental health enough in my classes. For example, in some of my classes, we do start off with the daily check-in, but in other classes, we don't talk about mental health at all. So I think that's a change we should definitely be making, like mental health discussions in every class, not just in one class. In terms of hopes, I don't see us going back to campus this year, at least like as the majority of the MA population. And if students are allowed on campus, I would hope it's the seniors, because I know senior year is like the most important year in my opinion. And so they definitely want to be back on campus in any way or form. And in my opinion, like I just really want to stay safe. I don't want to get my family sick. I don't want to get other students sick. But yeah, and then, supports, I missed that. And supports, I think my support systems this year has probably been other students, because like my friends, because it is really hard to get to like know your teachers and go to other like tutoring sessions, things like that. But sorry, I know I speak really quickly.
Thank you. Thanks, Julia. So with that segue, we will turn it over to Cornell Hill, our senior who is here this evening.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
No.
Okay, you guys can bear with me because I'm kind of nervous, but one of my success was that I passed my economics last year. Yeah, that was just pretty much it, because I was just basically just worried about economics because it was very hard. All the other classes I seem like I can bear with, and it was able to control and all that. My challenges were it's basically just to stay focused, because like I know like in Zoom, like there's no teachers around to actually ask for help. Like when you're struggling, they got stuff to do, like when they're explaining notes, Pear Deck and stuff like that. And one of my supports was Miss Olsen. She's always helped me last semester. I'm sorry, you guys. It's kind of nervous, But yeah, that's basically it. And what was the last question? Any hopes of coming back to school? I feel like, I don't know. I just feel like we shouldn't go back to school, because I'm just so worried about my health, and I know someone that has passed because of the COVID, and I'm scared to like get anyone sick, because we don't even know who has it or not. You know what I mean? So I'm just nervous about that, basically. So yeah, thank you.
Cornell, thank you so much. And please, we empathize. We're all nervous. I'm always nervous on these panels. You did awesome. Thank you. Really appreciate it. We will go next to Victoria Marin Revelorio. And I am so sorry if I'm mispronouncing the names. We even practice. Victoria is going to share her experience.
Hi. So I'll go into my successes, or some successes that I think some teachers have been doing. So I think some successes are like the schedule. Like we have a set schedule, and I don't mean like a day-to-day schedule. I mean like a month-long schedule, so we know when tests are going to be like a month ahead. I think that's really successful, and I think some classes in particular that I think are extremely successful in like switching up what they're doing on the day-to-day basis are my band class and my Chinese class. I think those are probably my two most engaging classes and the ones I like the most. As for challenges, I definitely don't think, sorry, my dog's here. I don't think I'm getting the same level of of education if as I would have been if I was in person. I don't think it's like reasonable for us to learn the same amount of material in half the time. Particularly in my math class, like I struggle with math, and so, something that helped me was the tutoring center. I went in every single day after school for a semester, and then I still didn't get the grade I wanted because it was just so challenging to learn that material. But the tutoring center definitely helped boost that grade. And as for hopes to return to school, I don't want to return to school because of health reasons, and also because of the idea, if we do return to school, what would we be doing? If it's taking tests just to make sure we're not like cheating or anything, that would take away the aspect that a lot of our tests are open note because we're not learning as much material. So if they were to take away that, it'd be extremely like difficult, and we would probably just all fail. But I do think it's important for the seniors and also freshmen, because if freshmen like don't have friends, I feel like it plays into that mental health aspect. But I definitely do think seniors and freshmen should go.
Thank you so much, Victoria. And we're going to turn it over to Todd next. Todd Thomas.
Hello, my name is Todd Thomas. I am a sophomore at Menlo Appleton High School. And for me personally, for the COVID and doing the online learning, I feel like it is very challenging because I'm not really used to it, and this is the first time we ever done this before. And it helps me a lot on some certain levels because teachers push back on due dates and everything. And when they push it back, it gives me more time to process everything I want to get done and specific aspects of it. So I break it down so then I can just figure out the way to knock it out for myself. And it a lot of things, like some teachers aren't really, when you tell them your problems, they just push you to the side like the next person, like the next student, and then they just keep going by until you tell them your actual problem, and then they try to break it down as best they can for you. And if they cannot break it down for you, they really can't, they don't do much else. So that's where my support comes in. My teacher, Miss Chavez, who is here in our Zoom right now, she would help me. She would break it down to me. Like with a lot of my classes, usually I just go through each of my classes, and if I'm failing on it, or if I feel like it's not important, I push it to the side. But then she would help me understand it and then bring it back to the light and then tell me to knock it out, because each of my classes and each portion of my assignments are important. So that's what I add to my aspect for it. And that's where my support comes from. And that's how my grades have been a lot better. And the online learning has been a lot better. It was struggling at first up until I had my support. And then that's when it started getting better for me. And for my opinion on going back to school, I feel like it's a good and a bad idea. The good idea is so then the students who don't like or is confused and not understanding the online learning can come to school and then actually get that one-on-one time that they need and that they deserve. So then they can finally understand what they're going through or what they need help with specifically. And for the bad idea is because the mental health, because like everyone has explained, the COVID, you don't know who has it, and you don't want to come to school not knowing if you have it or not, and then you infect somebody, or they infect you, and you come back home and you share it with someone that you care and love for. So that's my opinion on it, and that's how I feel. Thank you.
Todd, thank you so much. That's awesome. And our last student to speak this evening is Juliana Jones. So turn it over to Juliana.
Thank you, Ms. Kennel. Hi, everyone. I'm Juliana Jones. I am a junior here at MA, and some of my successes have been, like Victoria said, it's been a great schedule. Despite being in the chaos of a pandemic, I find it really, really good and really impressive that we still have a set agenda for every single day, like attending certain classes at certain times. It was a lot better than spring of 2020 semester. And I also think that it's really great that we are still able to do group activities over Zoom, like after school stuff. I'm involved in the freshman transition program and also peer tutoring, and I'm really glad that we get to continue with that. I really think it's benefiting a lot of students at our school. And with the cohorts, I've heard about the cohorts at school, which I think are also beneficial. So I think that those are some successes of distance learning that we've been experiencing. As for the challenges, I definitely like to echo what Julia said in building classroom community. I really do believe that it's hard to connect with other classmates and teachers over Zoom when you're not physically interacting with them, just chatting with them every day. For example, in my orchestra class, I know Mr. Curris is making it so much fun and still making it awesome, but the point of our class as an orchestra is to play with each other. So it's still really hard for us to build that bond with each other and get to meet everyone and play as a group. And also in freshman transition, it's been really great having getting to meet all the freshmen and having them talk to each other, but it's still a really big challenge to get them to turn on their cameras and unmute themselves for to talk to each other. So I definitely think that it's a really big challenge for people to interact over Zoom and build community. As for support, I definitely received a lot of support from teachers, like Cornell said, from Miss Olson. She's been an amazing help to all of us, and I'm really appreciative. And, you know, teachers are way more understanding, especially because we're in the middle of a global pandemic, and it's really hard for a lot of people to deal with that. And also with technology issues and all of that stuff, teachers have definitely become really understanding and giving us like longer due dates and going a little bit easy on us. And also to the students, we're all in the same boat, so we can all really relate to each other and give each other advice and some love. As for a return to school, I would only feel comfortable when it's completely safe to do so, which is likely not within the next few months or this spring semester. I'm personally living with an immunocompromised family member. My grandmother's living with me, and she has a lot of, she has asthma and a lot of respiratory issues. So I would definitely not feel comfortable returning to school when I know there's still a threat of COVID out there. I know that a lot of students are not socially distancing and are not doing their part in wearing their mask. I've seen all over social media, people are going vacationing and hanging out with people and not socially distancing. So as for return, I definitely only feel comfortable knowing that people are socially distancing or that there's like a vaccine or a surefire way to prevent against getting and transmitting COVID. So that would be it. Thank you. Thank you all for listening to us and our perspectives.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing, students. Please stay on in case there are some questions. You have done such an awesome job. I know we don't want to keep you too late. I'm going to transition to our staff members who are here this evening. And Ann Olson, our US History, AP US History, and Gender Studies teacher, is going to start.
All right, thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here, and thank you all for being an audience for us tonight. As you heard from the students, we've had to like totally reimagine what school looks like this year. And as you know from all of the work that you've done, and I know for me, it was definitely overwhelming to think about this in like August, how to get ready to return to school. And I think the first semester was like trial and error. And still there's a lot of trial and error. And I think all my students can like attest to some of the errors that we've had, but we've also had a few successes. And I feel like one of the things that really helped me find success in the classroom is using standards-based grading to help me really choose and emphasize the transferable skills that my students can use outside of the classroom. With the limited instructional minutes, things had to be cut and decisions had to be made, but standards-based grading and using year-long essential questions really helped guide those decisions of what stays and what goes. I also am really lucky. I get to work in the tutoring center after school. So I get to interact with students and help students in the tutoring center. And that experience has really helped me, further figure out what works and what doesn't. One of the things that's actually been like hopeful from this experience is some of the ways that we reimagine schools. Our students talked about like due dates or having more empathy and more understanding. And I think that there are definitely some lessons that we can learn from this experience that I hope we can bring back with us into the classroom after COVID and once it's all safe for all of us to come back. One success that I've had is using the chat function on Zoom, in particular using the private chat function, so students can participate and engage without that social anxiety of like their identity connecting with their whatever they're sharing in class. And so in my classes, we call it private chatter, and I'll just say like, oh, a private chatter just chimed in and here's what they shared. And it's amazing the percentage of students who participate and engage using private chatter. So if anybody out there has an idea for how to get anonymous participation in the classroom when we return, I'd love to hear it, because I want private chatter to stay with us. But I know it's easy to maybe pop into a Zoom room and see no cameras on and make assumptions about students or what they're doing. But from my experience with the chat box and just one-on-one conversations I have with students and with teachers, we're all trying our best, and we have successes, we have failures, but I think that we learn from those failures. And I think one thing that we've learned is to fail, and that there's a lot of value in having those experiences and kind of destigmatizing what fail means. And that has been a really hopeful thing for my students and myself also. Like, there's so much. I think the last thing, I know I was only given 2 minutes and it's already been 3, but the last thing that I think that I want to say is that curriculum, content, and skills is like one small part of being a classroom teacher. And I see every day the impact socially, emotionally, mentally on my students of the pandemic and of politics and of so many insecurities that are happening right now. And as a teacher, definitely my biggest challenge is sometimes like sitting on Zoom, asking students how they're doing. My screen lights up with hearts, which is our indication that they need a little bit more love. And then having that limitation of the computer screen to like limit what I can do and how I can support those students. And so I think that students, like, we see you and we feel you. And I think that's definitely the biggest challenge for me as a classroom teacher and for a lot of my colleagues, is just we are totally limited in what we can do, and being creative and trying to do what we can to support students in all circumstances. And next, we're going to hear from Kent Curris.
Thank you, board members, President Sarver, and Superintendent Leach. It's my pleasure to be here tonight, and I am so pleased to see 2 of my students here. Hi, Victoria and Juliana. Doing what I do, it's my 11th year at Menlo Atherton High School and my 36th year of teaching. I hate that I'm saying that, but I'm really younger than you think. It doesn't matter that I've done this 36 years, but I have the unique pleasure and the challenge of teaching in a program that I think is unsustainable in virtual learning. So what does that mean? I've had to become a chameleon and change my colors completely. Performance ensembles are collaborative, 100% every day. The kids have to interact. They have to put up with me being in their face. They have to actually play together. They have to cooperate. They don't have to like each other, but they have to play together, and they have to do it well. And they're working with an instructor that holds the bar high. So with that being said, teamwork and collaboration in virtual learning takes on a whole different face. So I started out being the guy that didn't even know what the hell Zoom was. That was last spring. I spent the whole spring being afraid. And then I came back in the fall and I was still afraid. And we had all these wonderful professional development things. And at the end of every day, it's like my brain was bursting. And it's like, how on earth am I supposed to make music in this environment? But you know what? I changed my colors. I came back, and Zoom allows me to do things in a different way. And here's a quick rundown of some of the things we do. I'm still able to teach online with theory instruction. I can do it in person. I can do it with videos. I can do it with websites. I like to warm my ensemble up every day musically. I can't do that anymore. So we created virtual warm-ups, and each student created their own virtual warm-up, and they went through that process every day. One thing kids like, even if they tell you they hate it, is they like regularity. So I've provided that, and try to change it up though a little bit every day. I tune my ensembles every day, but I can't do that anymore. So this, I get a kick out of it. I don't know if they did, but now I have my lead player in the ensemble tune the ensemble, sound the B flat or the A, and then I've been putting on virtual ensembles tuning at the same time. And just for a split second in time, the kids feel like maybe they're in a normal environment again. I do a lot of call and response teaching. I also have enlisted the talents of my kids. My kids are way more resilient than us, folks. Just know that. I have some of the most talented kids on the planet, and not only are they engaging, but they're smart and they're talented. So I use them in breakout rooms for sectionals and let them demonstrate some of their leadership capabilities. Music is about a whole lot more than just teaching music. And the more I teach, the more I realize I spend less time teaching music than I do life skills. And what a perfect place to learn life skills. Music ensembles are that place. And then at the end of all this, I was still thinking, I'm missing the one part of my existence that I can't do, and that's in-person performances. So we did take a plunge last semester. The concert band did a virtual performance of the fight song. It's on our school website. You guys should check it out. I'm more tickled probably than anybody on the planet, because you're talking to Mr. Zero technology, and just to put this on and get it on the website, it was pretty cool. And I have my students to thank for that. And then at the end of all this, it wasn't enough. And yeah, I love having the time with the kids online, but so I started the idea after some research over the summer. I decided, why can't I do outdoor rehearsals? Everybody else on the planet's messing around with it. So I did a lot of research, and I thought, oh, this will be so easy. And then 2 months later, it's like I have no decision, no nothing. And the health protocols are extreme because of the nature of what I do for a living. And so thank you to my principal, Simone Kennel, and to Nicholas Moyes for pushing this through. And thank you, Superintendent Leach, for giving the final approval. I think I'm the only cohort in the whole school district that required the superintendent's approval. Tell me if I'm wrong, Ms. Leach, but I think I am. And so what we have is called a jazz cohort, and it's only 12 kids. It's only half of my top jazz band, but the kids were pushing for this since the fall. They were doing backyard rehearsals, and they wanted me to come, and I was advised not to because of the health protocols and the concerns. So they did it on their own, but now we have 12 kids showing up every Thursday afternoon for an hour and a half. And I have to tell you, folks, the benefits are more than academic. These kids need to be around kids. They need the socialization. And you should have seen them. They were just like a bunch of little elementary school kids running around. They were so excited to be back in the company of one another again. We had our first rehearsal last Thursday, and it was cold and it was a little bit windy, but I had plexiglass partitions on every person's music stand. I had partitions between kids, 8 feet of distancing, and kids all dressed up, face masks, you name it. But you know what? We made some music, and at the end of the day, for an hour and a half, they felt normal. That's what I have to say about distance learning. Thank you for listening to me tonight.
Thank you so much, Kent. Much appreciated for sharing that experience, both online and the dip into the in-person cohort. Next is Carla Chavez.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. My name is Carla Chavez. I am a case manager. I just want to start by thanking the MA team, our paraprofessionals, our teachers, counselors, administrators, and our very resilient students. It has definitely been a team effort to, survive all of this. And like our very resilient students, our department is consistently going above and beyond to support our students. But there are real limitations to how we're able to provide those services and interventions. Things that we would normally do to monitor student growth and progress, right? Being able to like just look over a student's shoulder to see how they're doing in their math work or their English writing. And being able to circulate the room and see how everyone's doing at the same time is not possible with distance learning. I'm able to monitor students on a one-on-one basis with like screen sharing, but when I have 20 kids, see them twice a week, 1 hour increments, it's so difficult. So what I end up doing is I'm on Zoom for 8 hours a day talking to students, and I have to admit, I feel like I'm close to losing my voice a lot of the time because I'm talking so much. And we've definitely had to switch everything that we normally do. For example, like executive functioning skills and developing those. What was once, using the planner, organizing the binder, the backpacks is now, let's organize your Google Drive. Let's organize your emails. Let's manage all these platforms, deadlines, multiple deadlines throughout the day, depending on who your teacher is. And just constantly having to reteach information, whether it's like they had an emergency, missed class, they had tech issues, missed class, the whatever it was went too fast and they just need to be retaught, right? So there's so many limitations that we have right now. So I do also want to thank for having the opportunity to try something new with the co-curricular in-person support. Definitely saw progress and growth there. I do have to admit it was very minimal. Though I invited a very small group of students, at the end it was 2 kids who were consistent in showing up. So again, progress is minimal in that capacity. And I do urge the board to continue using like terms like crisis learning, because in reality there hasn't been much change since March of last year. We're still in the same place. I know we have new supports here and there, but for a lot of families, a lot of students, there hasn't been any real change. And there's still a lot of struggle, right? Things that we don't know. So, in any capacity where we can continue to talk about, hold harmless, anything we can do to just keep the growth going and support as many students and families as possible, I think that is ideal. So thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to pass it to our amazing department para, Adrienne.
Hi, thanks everyone for being here. And I just want to say thanks to all the students who spoke tonight. And I'm going to start by talking about our challenges that we have in our tutoring center. I coordinate the tutoring centers at Milo Atherton High School, and I also work in the STARS program at MA, and this is my 13th year. So with that being said, a lot of challenges that I see with our tutoring center is usually on a day-to-day basis, we get about 150 students, and these are students who come to our tutoring center and utilize our tutoring center for help. And some of our students come to the tutoring center just for a safe place to come and be after school. So these are students that maybe need help with just learning how to be a student, like sit down, let's take out your work. This is what we're going to go over. And sometimes they need help, just sit down, I'm going to help you. And I feel like with distance learning, it changes it all for us, because usually we could just reach out and you could do that contact and speak with the student and meet the students where they're at. Like, I'm a strong believer in, I say, come to the tutoring center, but sometimes they may not come. So being able to walk out on the G Wing and say, hey guys, you want to come to the tutoring center today? Like, if you come, this is what we can offer you. If you come today, this is the incentive. If you could bring more people, or walking out on the football field and getting the students to come and utilize our services. And I realized that really helped. And given distance learning, it was like really hard to get the students to actually come, because I'm like really big on relationship building and reaching out to students. And then when you look across and you see them on camera, that's different. It's a different approach. So then we had to change it. And I really had to think about it, like, how can I reach out to these students? What can I do? I have to reach out in a different way and try to figure out a way to like inspire them and get them to come to the tutoring center, because I'm not able to see them face to face anymore. So it just looks different now. So maybe that's sending them an email, or like reaching out through a text and asking them how they're doing, or sending them like the personal link and like meeting up with them, and even going just as small sometimes, just like I hear a lot of people say, like mental health, and reaching out to the students and going as far as like maybe complimenting someone on their hair and having students like open up. And then through that bridge, maybe they'll come to the tutoring center, or maybe they'll come and like want to work. And I feel as though one of the things that has really helped a lot is with the tutoring center and distance learning. I've got a lot of emails from parents like wanting to know like what time the tutoring center is open, and did my son and daughter come today? And that's like one of the takeaways that I find like very important, is that we're getting more parent engagement, which means once we go back, we have the kids come in, we have the parents checking in, we have the coaches and teachers. So I think that it would help bring like more of a community versus just the students and the parents not in on it. So I think that part will like really work and help out. And I find in the classroom, especially working as a para in the STARS program, some of our students just really benefit from like that face-to-face and just being there and just having lunch with them sometimes, or walking them to the kiosk to get lunch. And those are big steps for them to do. And now that looks different. So now that looks like sitting in the breakout room and like asking them like, how was your day? What did you do today? What's a challenge or something that you want to overcome? Let's work on that. And it could be many things, like something that they do at home. What was hard getting out of bed this morning? I didn't brush my hair. Okay, let's try that. Tomorrow I'll send you a text. You get up, you brush your hair. So just starting small with some students. It seems like a lot, but if it's like this time and everything that's going on for some of our students, just that part like helps them. Like I had one young lady that I did that with, just like, let's get up, let's brush your hair, and we're on FaceTime and we're going through it together. Now in return, she's been at school for 2 weeks straight. And this is a student that was gone for a month. And I'm like, okay, FaceTime and we're brushing hair. If that's gonna get you to school and motivate you, then if I could do that part for you, I will do that. So it's just, I feel as though with distance learning, there's all these challenges, but if you take the things that we could utilize and move forward with, they're just extra things that we could put in our tool belt to really help our students and help our families and bring like a better sense of community. So thank you. I'm gonna turn it over to Kat Burton, our librarian.
Thanks, Adrienne. Well, many of you guys know me already. My name is Kat Burton Tilson. I was feeling a little nervous about speaking, but as always, my students reminded me of my purpose in life. That's teachers say my kids, and when I see my students, that's what I think, my kids. And I'm thankful to see Cornell and Juliana, and I'm dating myself, but Adrienne too, as my kids, right? Actually, my view from the front lines is even more personal than that. As a mother of a sophomore and a senior in our district, and the spouse of an MA ceramics teacher, and myself as a teacher, has made distance learning like deeply personal to me. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we have been doing in the library to address some of the challenges that we've faced. First off, the battle with screen time is real in my house. So I want to thank the Digital Wellness Committee for its work around recognizing balance. It makes me happy that we're still able to offer like a little bit of the traditional library services. I get a little excited to see the flag that tells me students have put books on hold, and then I make them a little package. But I totally get positively giddy when I get to see the students in real life, even though it's just for a few socially distanced moments when they come and pick up their books. After 20 years in the classroom, I had been a librarian for 5 whole months when I had to reimagine what a library looks like in a digital space. Distance learning has been about creating a brand new picture by rearranging puzzle pieces of an already existing one. Those of you who know me know that my core is about community and connections, particularly for students. And this was the impetus for several things that MA's library has been providing for distance learning. The library is normally filled with student voices, and in the ringing silence after March 13th, we created peer tutoring in an effort to have anything that looked like normal. I feel incredibly blessed to work at a school with so many compassionate students who are volunteering immediately to staff our space. Many of them, like Juliana, are still with us, and we now have 21 tutors. One of my tutors knew that I was a little nervous about talking, and I would way rather have student voice than my own, so she wanted me to share this note that she wrote. Sometimes we don't get many students, but I still liked going to peer tutoring every day to see Miss BT and other tutors. Once more and more students started coming, I really got to feel like I was helping others, especially when I got to work with the same student multiple times and could see how I helped. I wish that more students would take advantage of the program because we're here to help. I think that peer tutoring is a really great program, not only for the students, but also for the peer tutors. It's nice to see each other for a few minutes every day, and Miss BT really cares about us, often checking up on us and getting our feedback on distance learning. This program is one of the good things that has come out of distance learning, and I hope it continues into the future, even when we get back to in-person school. So my job as a librarian has been very interesting the last 10 months. Being a part of the MTSS team turned out to be invaluable in getting an overview of what student need would be so that the library could be strategic about support. Just today, one of our pod students needed a tutor, and after a quick Canvas message to one of our tutors who happened to be free, she joined a peer tutoring Zoom. The biggest challenge, though, as Adrienne mentioned, is how to connect to students who could use it. We all know there are a ton of students out there who are struggling with their academics, with their mental health, and with their connections. And so trying to loop those students in has been like a Sisyphusian task, honestly. We have added options as we discover what works for different users. Email, I'll tell you, only the adults are really using email. Our student news, I made little videos. My daughters are not necessarily proud of those videos, but that's okay. Our student news, Canvas, coordination with counselors, outreach to families, and a referral for staff to use. As you can imagine, teens are reluctant to go to a virtual space when they don't know what to expect. So based on the form entries and with teacher support, I will go to Zoom classes and tell them about how peer tutoring works, either whole group, or I will go into a little breakout room one-on-one and explain to the students what it looks like. And we've also been talking to students in freshman transition about what connections the library offers. Last year, I had just begun to assist Miss Lapine with freshman transition, the purpose of which is building community for ninth graders, which looks a lot different now. MA's fall survey revealed, not surprisingly, that all of us during this pandemic have a desperate need for community. Normally offered just first semester, we extended freshman transition into second semester, focusing on giving students the opportunity to connect. On Wednesdays, students meet with each other and peer leaders in breakout rooms. In today's session, they talked about MA's culture of pride and what kind of community they are hoping for, either right now in DL or when they return. Last week, a student mentioned that he was expecting our 30-minute sessions to be longer, so we're adding a grade level meetup during our peer tutoring session for additional opportunities. Every day at home and at work, I see firsthand the successes and struggles of student and staff that we're all having in distance learning, and I'm very grateful to you all for giving us an opportunity to share our efforts to navigate through them. And I'm now going to turn it back to Simone.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our staff. We tried to provide the real, the day-to-day, the lived experiences to provide the different perspective from our students, staff. There are more. I have more staff on the call who may chime in, but they're on for other agenda items. It is definitely an MA night at the board meeting. But, you know, another thing we're looking to do if we can, and I think you heard this from our students, returning to school, one consideration is the safety. But we also have to start to think about the social needs of students. And so one of the things we're hoping to do at some point is provide our freshmen an opportunity, more than 15 minutes to pick up a book or to come through an arena check-in, of course, safe, socially distanced. So these are some of the ideas that we continue to work on. But I just want to say I'm really proud of our staff and students. And I do want to throw one question back to our students, that a theme I did hear from you. And I've heard it depends on the class, and it also depends on what, do you feel prepared for going into your next year's classes? So we talked about that a little bit. Julia, do you want to share just about preparation in your classes quickly? And then we'll turn it over to the board for questions.
For next year, or do you mean for like?
For now, like to, I should reword that, prepared to take an AP test and then prepared to go to the next grade level. How do you feel about that? What have you gotten from your classes this year that, do you feel prepared?
I mean, I feel like I will feel prepared for APs for the most part, just because we do have the option of taking them online. And of course it is good, like the College Board has said, it is going to be full length exams. So I think that's kind of up to me to study and like take charge of that. So like, I think going into May, I think I'll feel prepared. As for next year, I can't say that I'll feel super prepared, given that I think it was Victoria talked about how like open note tests, how that's going to be taken, like assuming that's going to be like taken away. I think so many students have gotten into the routine of this year that, especially for me, because I'll be a senior next year and like I'll be focusing on like college applications or taking the SAT and the ACT if that's still necessary. I think it's going to be a difficult transition, but I think that if it's a slow transition and it's not just like, oh, like we're going right back into normal content as if it was like my sophomore year, like, no, we can't, like, I don't want to say we can't do that, but like I think students, you'll see their grades decline and like their mental health decline if the rigor goes immediately back to the same that it was before. So I think when we do go back, it needs to be like slow and steady and support.
Thank you. Any other students who are here this evening for us? Juliana, Victoria, Todd, or Cornell want to share? You don't have to. You've done the part I asked you to do, so you guys are good. Right.
Generally, I mostly agree with Julia that, I'm feeling that I will be prepared for AP exams for this May, but don't really have it to compare, or I can't really compare it to anything else because, I've never seen an AP calculus exam or an AP US history exam or anything. So I think it's difficult to judge, but overall, I'd say for AP exams, we're on the path to being prepared, but I'm really not sure what to expect for next year.
Thank you.
I'm on the opposite like spectrum. So I don't think I'm going to be ready for AP exams. I think maybe like the AP English exam, sure, because we've been practicing a lot, but like for AP chemistry, definitely not. Like I already know I'm gonna not do that well, and I've accepted that already. And same with like AP history, I feel like I really just haven't been learning much, like not that, like I don't know, I've tried, but it's not, I guess I don't work that way. Like I don't learn through Zoom. As for next year, I don't think that it's going to impact like the classes I take next year. Like I'm in pre-calculus this year, wasn't planning on taking calculus, struggling this year, still not planning on it. But I think for next year it'll be fine as long as like we really do like start off in person. If we start off in person, I think it'll be fine. But if we start off like virtually again, I don't really think so.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Todd or Cornell, unless you have something to add, feel free. We will open up to questions. I'm trying to see if.
All right, I see Shawnee's got her hand up first.
Well, all right, MA, great presentation as an MA parent. And so first of all, I just want to say I like the diversity of perspectives that were on there, the teacher, the music teacher, also the instructional assistant and the different students in different classes and different perspectives. And that was really helpful for me. I still know I had questions. I know Ms. Chavez talked a little bit about attendance. She says she's a case manager. I'm not for sure exactly what program, but creating a cohort for people to come in and only 2 show up at the end of the day. Or for some of our other people who tried. I know the jazz teacher, the music teacher really worked really hard to get his cohort, and I'm happy to hear about that. I am still wondering about, because I know your community is everything under the sun diverse, as far as access, as far as learning, different learning styles, different communities. I think 3 or 4 communities go to that school, and different backgrounds and expectations. And so just wondering what, just what attendance look like, and being very transparent about what that looks like. And then the other piece is I really wanted to just acknowledge how everyone said it's not optimal. You can't build community. And that's what we've been hearing from parents in the community. That's what, when I say community, the parent community, but also from some students. And I'm so glad I get to hear from students, because that's what really matters to me, is hearing directly from the students, from their own experiences. And I want to just thank them for their transparency, and let them know, any of them who were nervous, we got the gist of what you were saying. You're amongst family and we heard you. So I just wanted to say that as well. But it was clear that Zoom is really hard to build community. And I appreciate the one teacher, I think Ms. Burton, who talked about how she used private chat. I'm gonna have to use that sometime. And how that you can't assume because people are using private chat, but it actually brings up kind of like this confidentiality or anonymous approach to giving your feedback or giving your opinion. So just talk a little bit about your attendance. We heard a little bit about that. We heard how hard it is for community, and really what have you been, and also what have you been doing around attendance?
I'm happy to address that. Are you referring to attendance overall in Zoom classes or attendance in the in-person cohorts, or both?
I think both, and compared to like what it was before distance learning. So we know how much work or no work or what changes happened because of that.
So I think it's interesting when we talk about attendance for distance learning, because we are finding there are some students. So a lot of the courses I've observed, I will see 21 of 22 students signed in, right? Very few students are not signed into the classes, with the exception of a few. And the way we measure attendance is, right, we're doing it kind of twofold. We're doing who's actually logged in, but then there's also marking the no participation from teachers, because there are students actually doing work who aren't necessarily always attending classes, right? So there's that aspect of attendance. And then we have MTSS teams that now are really drilling down. And honestly, one of the challenges has been who didn't even connect first semester, right? And how can we now try to repair that and get kids connected? And it's hard, right? But it doesn't mean we're going to give up and we're not going to try. So I think we're tiering the interventions based on the level of what the need of attendance, and I put that in, right, is in distance learning. As for in-person cohorts, it varies. We've had days where there's success. We're running 5 access cohorts. And I know after when we returned from the break, attendance dwindled, because I also think we were in the stay-at-home order and there was a little more concern, right, about coming. But we continue to work at it and offer the opportunities that we can for students. So yeah, I don't know if that honestly was a very eloquent answer about attendance, but it's not the answer we would give about attendance if we were in person.
Thank you. And the last question is, we know that some kids are doing well in the AP classes, and you heard mixed comments from the students about being prepared or unprepared. So my question is, oh man, I lost it just that quick. Is what about the kids who are not doing so well in those classes, and what are you doing because of the distance learning? How are you addressing those kiddos?
I think a lot of that is being done by teachers of the classes who are looking at how their students are doing, just across the board. So Annie, Annie is the one who did the private chatter. The idea you like, Shanice, Annie might be able to give an example of that. But, we are also looking at how students performed overall first semester AP classes or not. Right? And then figuring out how to provide the supports. I do know that a lot of our teachers teaching AP courses are caught in a bind, really, because AP is not changing the test, but are doing amazing things to try and do the best that they can, even if it's assigning more independent work, that students have to do more reading on their own and more work on their own. But I think that's a challenge across the board, whether it's an AP class or not. It's just with AP, we're bound to a test that isn't going to change either.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak on this as well. I feel really fortunate. I get to teach a wide variety of classes. So I teach an AP level course. I also teach a college prep level course, and I teach an elective. So I feel like I have lots of different opportunities to work with students in different contexts. I think that for my students who are struggling, it's really like an individualized approach, because something that works for one student isn't necessarily going to work for another. I've seen a lot of success in giving students, I'll speak to my college prep US history course, giving students a low floor for entry, but a really high ceiling, because I've seen my students really rise to the occasion when given the opportunity to do so, but they just needed that point of entry. So one thing that I've done, like broadly within the scope of my class, is I'm now connecting everything that we learn. I'm trying to connect it back to the Bay Area. So I'm teaching US history. So when we're talking about immigration in the 1920s, we're focusing on Mexican immigration into the Bay Area. When we talk about the Great Depression, we're going to be talking about the Dust Bowl, and we're going to be talking about experiences of people in the Central Valley, and like really trying to make those connections where students can see themselves a lot in what they're learning. And the reason why I made this decision is because at the end of first semester, I was talking about residential segregation, and we talked a lot about East Palo Alto, and all of a sudden, students who hadn't turned in any work are turning in a lot of work, having that personal connection. So that's one thing that I've done to try to reach some students who I maybe had a hard time reaching at first. Always a lot of positive encouragement, like really acknowledging, like if students participate in the chat, or like I get a glimpse of a camera on, or I see an assignment turned in, just like acknowledging and celebrating those small victories, and knowing that like no victory is too small to celebrate. The other thing, I talked about working in the tutoring center, and that's helpful, but also office hours are like really amazing to have that opportunity to one-on-one connect with a student. It's in a very non-threatening way. Students can keep their cameras off. Sometimes we're just chatting back and forth, not even using the microphone, but that's also been a good way to connect with students one-on-one. I think it's true that building community online is really hard, but in a sense, I do feel like some of my students I'm able to connect with that I think I might not have been able to make those connections in the classroom, because there are those one-on-one opportunities that I'm able to use through technology. And it's, again, one of those things that I think of, like, I'm really glad actually that I had this opportunity as a teacher to really reprioritize the way that I approach my students, my curriculum, and the opportunities. I think through a lot of the structures that we have, there are opportunities for students who are struggling. I think the number one struggle that I'm seeing is not attendance, but that work completion rate, or even just work submission rate. And I think some of that goes back to some toxic perfectionism that some of our students struggle with. And you know, hitting that submit button, even when it might not be perfect or it might not be complete, and like being vulnerable enough to share your work with somebody. And I think that's the hardest part. So again, celebrating the small victories, encouraging students to press that submit button, and kind of doing whatever you can to see some demonstration of mastery. But for the most part, I absolutely applaud my students. Like every day, they blow me away.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Carrie. Still muted, Carrie.
I've done that twice today. This is my type of presentation. It just fits my learning style. It makes me so excited. It makes me proud to be part of public education. It makes me proud of our district. I felt the same way when Carmont did the same thing for us a couple of meetings ago. It's better than a school tour. I feel like I get to know MA better with this type of presentation. When we're doing the physical school tour, we don't do things like go into the tutoring center. I've never been in the tutoring center. I've been through the I've toured the library, but I don't know if my colleagues have toured the library. So anyway, thank you. I wish I had time to make a comment to each of the speakers, but Kent, I need to make a comment to you. The cohort that you described is what I want more of. I don't know if we can get our kids back to normal school anytime soon, but what I want is every kid to be able to experience what you have been able to do with your jazz band. Now, everybody's not in a jazz band. My son is at Carmont, and when I asked him if he could only go back to school for one thing, what would he want to do? He would want to go back to jazz band. And I wish every kid could experience that type of cohort that you explained, where kids are running around gleefully. They're so happy to be back, right? You probably can't answer this question, but what can I do as a board member to make that happen for every kid? I believe that kids want to go back for something. If they can't go back for the whole thing, they want to go back to something special. And I believe that parents want kids to go back to at least one thing. So do you have any ideas for me? How can I work as a board member? How can we work as a board to expand what you are doing? That's a hard question, I know.
I have a couple thoughts on that. I think it's an important distinction that you realize that it's more about the kids and them being together than it is your subject matter. I had to get past myself on the musical value, even though there is musical value to it, but the kids need to be together. And I think any excuse to get them there is important. And of course we have our academic goals, but really on the surface here, the kids drove it, and I'm an anomaly, please know. I don't know anybody in the district that's doing what I'm doing, but why not? Why shouldn't they? You could have class outside in the courtyard. You could space your chairs. This is above and beyond my teaching day, but what you could do as a board, in my opinion, humble though it may be, is encourage the teaching population that this is okay, and that this is one of the ways that we're going to make this okay for the kids. Because what made me decide to do it in the end wasn't that I just missed being in front of the kids, but the kids need to feel normal. They'll tell you that if you ask them. I don't know if that makes much sense, but it's really a more personal thing than it is an academic thing.
Yeah, thank you.
Chris?
And thanks for that statement at the end. I have to remember it. The kids need to feel normal, which is wonderful. I also want to note and agree with my colleague, Trustee Stevenson, that it's almost always the testimony from students that's most important for us to hear and compelling. All of the comments were really powerful and moving. I was struck in particular by the wisdom and the empathy of the students, the dedication And this concept of reimagining schools that Anne mentioned and Kent also spoke to, which was wonderful. And it was really clear the big heart and caring commitment of the Student Services Group and Miss BT in the library. The only other thing I wanted to note for Principal Simone was, I think I was gratified by your awareness and the awareness of your team of the needs, of the social needs, the needs of ninth graders. I think a couple of people spoke to as kids who are coming into the school and don't have a cohort immediately, and any other groups of students that are individual students that don't have ways to connect. Awareness of the mental health issues, and this duality that while you're focused on the ways to make the current experience better, it was also good to hear that you're focused on what needs to be done to return to school. Because we're clear, I think we're all quite aware of the need to get back to school, even while teachers and students are doing their very best under the current circumstances. So thank you for the report.
If you don't mind, I'll just add quickly that what you've heard here are glimpses of things that we've been able to do, right? Whether it's recruiting kids for the online peer tutoring, freshman transition, tutoring after school, Kent's cohort, Carla having some students in person. But scaling that up and the day-to-day of what we're doing, right, given all of the things you manage safety-wise are things we just have to proceed with really cautiously, right? Because a lot of thought and consideration has gone into anything that we've tried to do virtually or in person. And then I'll just add, because I have a fabulous AVP team who let me know that about 50 to 60% attendance in the in-person cohort since in the last 3 weeks. So I know that was a question that Shanice had. So I got that statistic from my fabulous team who's listening. Wednesdays are a bit more challenging. So thought I would add that. And I think we have, if you don't mind, just one example of differentiation and pivoting in courses that Kat would like to share really quickly. And I promise we'll be done.
Oh, I just had to throw out, of course, the personal example of seeing the VPA teachers at MA are amazing. They have spent an inordinate amount of time preparing materials that have gone home to students, both by themselves driving to the students' houses, 300 ceramics packages, and also the woodshop teacher has put together just the most amazing packages for the students to pick up. So to kind of keep that in your mind as you're looking at these lab teachers, some students are still really struggling. I mean, across the board, obviously, but when you guys brought up the AP question, I think of these students and the fact that the ceramics teachers at MA sort of have adjusted for students that just really didn't have a chance of passing a class, which is an actual college requirement. The fine art is a A to G elective. And with that in mind, they created kind of a modified curriculum to keep those kids engaged. It's called Clay Play, and to keep those kids working on the materials and engaged. And I'm in absolute admiration of how dedicated those teachers have been.
Rich? Oh, you're muted.
Well, my turn to do that too. So I just want to say thanks to the MA people for coming out. I see MA from one side of the Zoom screen at home, and it's nice to see perspectives from other students and a lot of the teachers as well. So really appreciate that. My colleagues have already said many things I agree with, Carrie, that this type of presentation brings a lot to us. It really does. So thank you.
Shanice, you had your hand back up?
Yes, I just have one question. And I don't think this is just for Simone, but are we thinking about data and everything? Are we getting GPA comparison? I don't know if Simone uses that information and what she's doing. So I see you shaking your head, Simone. How do you use your GPA information? And then the question is more for Crystal. How does the board know how GPA looks, before the pandemic versus now? And are we seeing changes, not just grades, but GPA as well?
I'll be very honest, we have not delved into the GPA data, but what I can tell you, we've looked at first semester grades, and departments will be discussing those. And I can tell you on the global level that as far as Fs, we had 5% more first semester than we did first semester 2019. So I can give you that global data point at this moment in time, but we are doing deeper dives and it's just been balancing the time. But we have the data. Carl, our amazing IVP, who's on the call, is pulling all kinds of data and demographic and by all kinds of breakdowns. So we just need time to delve into it and absorb it. And there, his hand is up.
Okay, thank you.
Go for it, Carl.
Yeah, Ms. Stevens, I just wanted to, we're currently actually, as we speak, working on pulling GPA for semester 1. And then what we will do is compare that to the cumulative GPA prior to this semester. So what we're hoping to identify is students that we need to reach out to, right? Where we see students that had a higher GPA and that due to being in distance learning, that GPA has dropped. Right, so where we know that distance learning is negatively impacting those students. So we're currently pulling those reports now. We had some technical difficulties with IC and just got our semester 1 GPA data. So that's one thing. And I just also wanted to throw out an answer that I was excited about in regards to your question for kids who were struggling in AP classes and in all classes. And the instructional vice principal saw a presentation earlier this week about paper education, which is an online tutoring resource, live text tutoring help 24/7 in different languages, English, French, Spanish, physics, math, English, and varying subjects. And the presentation was short, but really looked accessible. And so we're looking at purchasing, MA is going to look at purchasing roughly 250 licenses that we would be able to distribute to students, give them access to it, show them how to use it. You could be at home at 10 o'clock struggling on an Algebra 2 problem and access this live tutoring and get help. So it was an interesting, I think, creative solution that we're looking at to provide assistance to students.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let me throw in a couple of things. So first of all, Simone, the real hard question, how did you find a unanimous group of students to say they would be scared to come back to school?
It was random, actually. I asked teachers if they knew of students to recommend. I also have an education advisory council. So that was random, and we got together, went over the questions, and had no idea their answers would all be along the same lines.
Yeah, I think it's something that's easy to overlook in the big concerning debate about how do we get kids back, how do we get everybody back. That there's a lot of real and well-based fear and concern about the situation, not just that we're being having roadblocks put in our way with nasty rules from the state and the county, but that we're all really facing a tenacious enemy in the pandemic and working to overcome it. And I think we're all looking at that balance of how do we get more of that kids just want to be normal. We all just want to be normal. And how do we do enough of it safely enough? I think where our cohorts are most effective across the whole district and have had the highest attendance and the broadest number and everything else are the athletic conditioning cohorts. Really where we've got students who are following their passion, coming together in groups, having a chance to be normal, doing something that's outside of just the core academics, but their point of connection to the community. And the performing arts is another great parallel window where there's this huge connection and there's such excitement to come together and be normal in that way. And, I want to echo what I've heard from other trustees here, that anything we can do to keep finding the opportunities that are exciting to the students, that are action points that they can come together and be normal in a small group, is going to be huge, just huge traction forward. We're doing so much in the academic space that we've heard so much about how creative, how differently we're doing it, how there are still challenges and the level of engagement is tough. But where we're able to really help and open the doors and let the kids find that connection point, then they're all on board. And when it's meaningful and a good opportunity for them, man, they're there. And when there's something extra, they're there. I've had a chance to be involved with a lot of Carlmont kids in after school music instruction. They're coming out and tutoring younger kids. They're there day after day, week after week, and the younger kids are coming and they're there. And just this week, another group of Carlmont students reached out to me. They're building a tutoring program where the high school students are going to be tutoring the elementary students in the nearby district. And the Carlmont students are driving the creation of that. They wanted some tips to model it along the Music Mentor model. But these ways of coming together and getting engaged in the things that matter to them just blows the doors open. And everywhere we can look for more cohorts that we can open. And I think afternoons is going to be where the opportunity really lies. And I think that's where our big opportunities lie. And, Kent, I can't congratulate you enough on doing that kind of work. Carrie, I was taking a walk around our neighborhood one afternoon back in December, and I heard some jazz music coming out of a garage. And I got to the garage and looked in, and it was your son and some buddies from the jazz band, and they were spaced 6 feet apart around the garage and playing for the neighborhood. And it was awesome. And they're going, yeah, this is Carlmont Jazz. We're at it. And that passion and that community, everything we can do to unleash it, that's where the connection is. That's going to make the rest of the difficulty of the school day worth it and bring more meaning to all of it. So these extra cohorts that we're thinking about, I think that's the key. And that's where we've got our greatest level of freedom now to be bringing more and more kids back to school. And I hope that's where we really continue to put a lot of our energy. And I do want to see our board support that work every way we possibly can.
I second that. Thank you, Ellen.
Okay, I see a hand up from Victoria.
Yeah, sorry, I meant to add this earlier, but kind of talking on Ms. Stevenson's point from earlier about attendance, I feel like also among students, it's kind of like, so a little bit of background about myself, like I live in EPA, like I'm Hispanic, I hang out, like most of my friends are Hispanic, they don't take APs, but I know some of them, they don't show up to classes, and I know for me personally, I always like reach out to them and be like, hey, like I see you're at work with your dad, like what about your classes? Like, why aren't you going to your classes? And I have this one friend and she always misses PE. And so every single day I check on the participants and I'm like, bro, you're not at PE, go. And she's always like, oh, I forgot. So I feel like on the attendance part, it's like also among students, like we're all helping each other kind of to remember to keep ourselves accountable.
Thank you, Victoria, for sharing that. I really appreciate your voice on that point.
Okay, well, thank you for a fabulous presentation. Really love hearing the student voices and the faculty voices and getting there in where this work is being done and where these huge challenges are being overcome one way and another. Thank you. And my apologies again for attempting to forget that this critical item was on the agenda. All right, we've got two more. I don't know if they're going to be quick or really lengthy. So I would hope that we can plow into it and get through it. If we think they're going to be really lengthy, we might want to consider taking a break. We've certainly been at
Propose
this
a 5-minute break.
for 3 hours. All right, let's all take that break and see you back at 9 o'clock or just a minute or so after. Thank you.
To those of you that are still here, I just want to say thank you so much for listening to our perspectives. And this meeting has honestly been really, really humanizing for all of us. So I really appreciate you all coming out and coming to this board meeting and making sure that our students, our situation as students is the best as possible. So I really appreciate you all.
I'm here, Juliana. Thank you.
Me too.
And
Thank
thanks
you.
so
We heard
much.
Have a wonderful evening, everyone.
You too.
You represented very well. Good
Thank
job.
you so much. It was my pleasure.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye. Thank you.
You did great, Kat. All y'all did great.
Thanks, Clara. I'm going to be listening. Can't wait to hear you guys.
Just here to answer questions.
All right, I see we've got 3 moving board members. We got a couple more coming back.
I have a
Alan.
question. Are we doing public comments after the presentation? I'm not for sure what the protocol is for that.
Yeah, we should do public comment on that prior item.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right, Chris is back. Okay, everybody's back. So let's go. And yes, thank you for that input. I didn't explicitly ask for that. So if there are members of our attendees who have comments or to add to the COVID update, certainly welcome them. Okay, I'm not seeing any blue hands appearing. Although, I don't know if anybody is, some folks might still be off on the break. All right, with that, let's move on to our action items. And next up is going to be 14.1, approval of new course proposals. And Bonnie, I think you got that.
I do have that. Thank you for having me back again this evening. 'Tis the season. The next 2 items will be a course of 9 course proposals. And the reason that you had so much reading this board meeting is because this is the deadline for new course proposals for getting them on the books before students start registering for classes. So students will start registering for classes as early as the beginning of February. And this year we are doing online enrollment, which is very exciting. So they will have an open window and they will be able to register for classes at any point after that. So if you want to offer something and you want students to see it and to sign up for it, if you want to get it in a timely manner and in time for a family to request a change to another school, if you're offering the most awesome class they've ever seen and it's a deal breaker for them and they want to take it because open enrollment closes second week in February. This is the deadline that we give for courses to be approved. So we put them into 2 chunks for you. One chunk, which is the latter, is the CTE, and one chunk that is the former is the non-CTE classes. So Alan, I don't know how you want me to proceed with these. I can go ahead.
I think, certainly we've all read them, but I think maybe give a little overview of the process of developing and gaining approval for courses to come to the board for final approval. And if there's something to say about briefly about each of these courses.
Okay, if it's all right with you, I will talk about the district's course proposal process. And then if I may, because Menlo Atherton did a lot of extra work as far as getting input on their multicultural literature and voice class. And I know that there were some historical reasons that they really felt like now was the time for social justice and advocacy. If I may, I'll turn it over to Simone and her team for that. All righty, so in our district, we have a new course proposal. And if I can share my screen with you. Am I sharing? Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yep.
You have it in front.
Just for we can see your whole desktop.
Oh, thank you. That's fine. My life is so unexciting. Like I could open up every single document, you'd all just fall asleep. But thank you for letting me know that.
You're welcome.
So when a site decides that they would like to
Hold on, Bonnie. The thing is, so it's really small because we see the whole screen. So it's the window itself is
Oh, was that
tiny.
your point? How's that? Is it still really small?
Still pretty small.
Yeah,
Okay.
make the
I'm just going to
document.
walk
flip
you
the
through it I'll just walk you through it verbally. Basically what happens is a new course proposal is put forth by the interested school. A teacher can put something forward. They're the originator, and then it goes through a whole process where the principal says, yes, this is something we would support. The department chair says, yes, I'm fine with us offering that in our department. And then once it's done, the IVP has to sign off on it. And then at that point, it moves on to a district process where the subject area council has to approve it. So for instance, if it's a course that's going to get social studies credit, then that course would be approved by the social studies subject area council, which is the department chairs from each school in the district. It then goes to the IVP council, because when we approve a class, then it means that any school in the district thereafter can offer it if they so choose. So then the instructional vice principals approve it. It then goes to the principals for approval, and then it comes to this body for the final approval in the process. So that's what I will tell you. I will stop sharing my screen, and I'm going to turn it over to Simone. If you would be so kind, Simone, to talk about these classes, that would be great. And
Yes.
actually, Sean, if you don't mind, Sean, I'll ask you to say a little bit about explorations in data science, but I can do it if you'd rather.
Is there one you prefer I start with, Bonnie? The multicultural literature or social justice and advocacy?
Let's just take them in order.
Okay.
Multicultural literature and voice.
Okay. I am one of the proudest principals here today with this course proposal that our AS English 1 and English 1 team of teachers have developed to figure out how we make, I'm going to get a bit emotional, how we but continue to look at our course pathways and provide a course that provides rigor and access in English for all of our 9th grade students. And the reason behind this is to give students access. Well, I'm going to let the experts talk about the class, but I want to just quickly go over our why behind it. And I think that this comes down to, and what this signifies and means for Menlo Atherton, is that our motto is strength and diversity. And when kids come to our school and school-wide events and Friday night lights and maybe see some of that aspect on campus, we're really good at celebrating that. But that's not their lived experiences when they attend all of their classes every day. So they want to be known to each other. They want to meet each other. They want to learn from each other. And I can't think of a better way to set the conditions for our 9th grade students to be in the multicultural literature and voice class that combines the aspects, that is Common Core based, and combines the aspects of both what our English 1 college prep and honors class have to offer. And so I am proud to present this course proposal. You have it. I think our why is in there. Our amazing teacher leader, Lara Gill, is here. And our department chair, Antone Girth, who can speak to any questions you might have about the course. I'm going to leave it at that for the introduction to this one. So that's multicultural literature and voice.
I do want to add that it's a single voice, but I think it's an important one. Eric Burmeister, who's the superintendent of the Menlo Park School District, which is our largest feeder for our current advanced standing program, enthusiastically says, "Way to go, MA," about this choice.
Should we start with questions? I didn't know if the board members.
Actually, Lara, would you like to give just the perspective of, you know, how would the thinking, how it came to be, and how we developed, how you and the team developed this course?
If you guys could also speak a little bit to the extra steps you took in getting thoughts about the class, because you did more than any other class that we're going to see here tonight on the agenda to get input.
I will say we shared decision-making site council, which is representative of students, staff, and parents at Menlo Atherton, approved the course, 19 votes in the affirmative and 2 abstentions. And I'm turning it over to Lara now.
I will say this has been like kind of a while in the making. You know, Sequoia embarked on this a while ago, right? And it's interesting that, you know, the 2 schools are, I think, doing it kind of for the same reasons, but we had to take different paths to get there. So this is not something that hasn't been done before, but it does feel quite momentous for MA. And I have to say, you know, going through it as a department chair 8 years ago when Sequoia was starting to work on this as well, I didn't know that it was the right path for MA, but there are so many things that have happened and come to my attention and that I've experienced in the last 3 years that I can't imagine taking a different path. And I think it would be severely detrimental to our students and to our staff were we to continue with business as usual. And it really started with parent and student involvement, actually, in terms of what moved me to try to initiate the conversation with our department, meeting with incoming 8th grade families and students who were in tears over what class to choose as a freshman. And the level of stress and anxiety over which English class they would take as freshmen when there's no GPA incentive for one way or the other just like broke my heart, right? Because the conversation was, should I take this class to make sure that I can then take AP to make sure that I can get in the right college? But what I was hearing from the student was that they were so excited to come to MA and meet new people and to make new friends. And there were so many clubs that they wanted to take part in. And that it just broke my heart because that the tears and the stress trumped all the excitement and opportunities that students would have. And then realizing that unless we made a systemic change to gear to kind of like renorm and set a different tone for the culture of our school, that was going to continue to be the priority for families. You know, and people might say, you know, we want to send our student to a diverse school, but then if that doesn't happen when they're in their classes, then what's the point, right? We all kind of feel like hypocrites. And so as a department, and especially as a 9th grade team, we started talking with a lot of pain and anxiety about what that might mean for our curriculum and what that would mean for our students and what that would mean for our preps. And so our honors teachers and our CP teachers spent a lot of time talking about what we do, comparing assignments, comparing units, and realizing after all this, our standards were still the same. Our rubrics looked pretty darn similar. A lot of our expectations were actually way more aligned than we realized. And so I'll set it at that. So we're really excited. And another thing that kind of makes this like the right time and the right moment is we have 7 teachers at the 9th grade level who have experience teaching honors at a variety of different levels, who have also taught different support classes. Kat Morgan and I have taught Read 180. Sharinda Bryant has taught Read 180 before. So we know we're going into it with eyes wide open. We know the level of skills that we are responsible to challenging, right? We're not naive about that in any way. It's a pretty unique group of teachers who come to it with that. So that's kind of where that was kind of the enthusiasm and what led us down this path. And we're actually more excited about our curriculum than ever now. The core curriculum actually hasn't changed. Those units that we worked so hard to develop with the district for our common units are the same. We're still teaching those texts. We're still giving the same assessments. The way we are looking at assessment is very different. It's really in line actually with a lot of the professional development that the district has been leading us on with standards-based assessment and backwards planning. So we're really, really excited about that. And that's actually where the voice comes from, that part. the authentic assessment piece, that it's so important for us to have that in the title, because it's holding our feet to the fire and not just saying that we value student voice in class, but it's a meaningful part of our assessment. And it's actually where we want to start our planning, not end it. So I know you guys have a ton of questions, and I feel like I could talk about this forever. So maybe.
Could we just really quickly hear
Well,
from
student
Anton?
trustee Nori, you've.
It's, I can wait if we want to hear from Mr. Girth first.
Oh,
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm more than happy to talk on behalf of this. I'm so proud of the team that we've been able to develop and how we've looked at this, and so glad that we are holding ourselves accountable to make sure that we are offering a diverse amount of literature for all of our students to make sure we're helping all of our students like we've made that pledge to all of them, and to say that we're really going to do what we can for these students to then help them excel, as well as to ascend into their different classes. And I'm glad that it's not in automatically you were at this school in 8th grade, and as a result, you're going to specifically be in this class, or you're going to be with your friends specifically in this class. And I feel like we heard this earlier from other individuals that had attended MA or had attended and then went off and graduated and went off to college. And I think hearing that, as well as I remember hearing that from Avid and being like, I'm in this class and I look around and there's no one that looks like me. And so I turn around because I don't want to be here because I don't feel that way. And I think the way that we've developed this course so that students are going to be in groups that the teachers are focusing on, making sure that they're going to allow each other to all rise up, and we're going to give them the ability to push themselves, I think is fantastic. And we're doing this with standards-based grading. We're doing this with a team that collaborates amazingly, and we're doing this by making sure that we're finding that voice by looking at that that literature that students can really delve into, and making sure that we're meeting those standards. I mean, Ms. Hanson, I remember coming into MA and saying, what can we do to make sure that we're looking at listening listening and hearing and getting these scores up? And you know what? Voice does that. Communication does that. Talking and speaking to each other and listening and getting that feedback. This is how we're going to be successful. We're going to take responsibility with that through this course, and then it's going to allow all of our students to be successful. So we can get the diversity, so that we can get all of our students successful, and hopefully continue to have them moving up through our AS classes and beyond.
Great, thank you. Okay, Safik, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank both Trustee Stevenson and Ms. Hanson for talking with me for an hour today about this issue. As most of the board might know, I might have an opinion on this issue that might be in the minority, but even if this is a losing battle, I want to share my thoughts. So I personally think that getting rid of AS1 is the wrong move for Menlo Atherton. So I know fundamentally we must ask ourselves, why at this school aren't we seeing more students of color, especially those from East Palo Alto, represented in honors and AP classes? Is it because of the honors class itself, or a product of a lack of support and/or preparation that these students feel? If it's the latter, then great, getting rid of the course should solve the problem. But if it's the former, I don't think simply ending AS1 and standardizing the curriculum is going to solve this systemic problem. And if anything, I see it just pushing back the issue to sophomore year. I do not believe we have done or are doing all we can to ensure that students from East Palo Alto who are qualified to take AS1 are being supported in the task. And I do think that that's a real shame. We shouldn't just accept the fact that it's a losing battle to get underrepresented kids into and succeeding in honors classes from the beginning of their high school careers. I want to share a story of a friend from East Palo Alto who took honors English classes all 4 years when I told them about this proposal. Quote, I was honestly really shocked by the decision and felt completely uninformed. For me, AS English 1 was definitely a difficult adjustment. In middle school, I had never written an essay or a book or had English homework. Being in AS English 1 and taking an honors class with students from different communities made me feel confident about my writing ability and prepared me for AS2 and AP Language and now AP Literature. I'm afraid that students who do not gain the confidence from being in a designated AS1 class will not feel ready or be ready for upcoming levels of advanced English. I think that MA has a very challenging English department and curriculum. So if students who are already entering MA with a disadvantageous writing background are not given the opportunity to learn what it's like to be in an advanced course and gain confidence, then I doubt they'll be ready for the honors route. I had 2 years to prepare for MA's AP level classes with AS1 and AS2, and I don't think that 1 year of AS2 would have been enough for me to do so, end quote. Look, I will always be grateful for the amazing English department at MA. AS English 1 was one of my favorite classes freshman year. And even if this class is at that same level, I do not think we should rest until the rate of students taking honors English from East Palo Alto mirrors that of more affluent feeder schools. But personally, I just don't think that this is the right decision to achieve this goal. Thanks.
You want me to try to respond? Is that appropriate?
Yeah.
So I think that it's interesting to me, like when I hear your concerns, because they're so heartfelt, right? And I'm grateful that you're reaching out to friends who have had a variety of experiences. That's really wonderful. Unfortunately, what we know to be true at MA based on our enrollment data is that we're pretty good, not as good as we should be, at encouraging students to take honors classes, honors English, but then they don't sign up for AS English 2. So it's actually, we lose a ton of students going from AS English 1 into AS English 2 because they feel a little defeated, or because for whatever reason. And so our AS English 2 teachers are actually completely on board with this. All the way up through our AP English teachers, they said that they completely support it. And they understand that while the pacing of classes might change a little bit, they think it's really the best thing for the experience of their students and the experience of their classes. So just know that this is not like an English 9 decision. This is a decision that we've made as an entire department. I'm also a little curious about some of the assumptions that are made about the lack of preparation that occurs in classes that are not honors. I'm grateful that you and your friends have had wonderful experience in the honors classes. I think that that's fantastic. Without having the other experience, right? It's hard to know, like with a crystal ball, will folks be prepared or not? The same teachers will be teaching the course. Our goal is to teach it as much as an honors class as possible. And the texts are going to be actually the same, even though we're changing the name. We're still teaching the Odyssey. We're still teaching Night. We're still teaching Enrique's Journey. We're still planning to teach plays. So a lot of the text will be the same. What would be different is the breadth of participation in the discussion about those texts. And we feel that that is more meaningful than having a few people from some previous schools elect to go into those courses. Because unfortunately right now, people decide to take honors English 9 based on a perception that they have internalized from other people, from their 8th grade teacher, right? From counselors, from everything beyond themselves, right? And part of this switch will be to try to encourage people to really take a more nuanced look at what courses they want to take as sophomores, hopefully valuing balance and previous experience as well. So we have a lot of students in our CP class right now, parents emailing me, students emailing me wanting to go in AS English 2 next year. And we were really hoping that that would be a more common experience next year as well. I don't know if Sharinda or Antone would want to add on to that too. I appreciate, I'm hearing what you're saying, my friend. Like I I do hear you, and we're going into it with eyes wide open. We are not dropping the rigor, and we're not standardizing the curriculum. I hope that brings about some relief.
Yeah, I think a big thing that you brought up, Laura and Safik, it's always great to hear from you, especially somebody that I coached in debate. So yes, to hear this perspective. But yeah, the rigor's still going to be there. We're still making sure that we're still using these same texts. We're still making sure that we're having this differentiation. We still are making sure that there is this focus, and there isn't going to be this loss of, just because I'm partnered with this individual, now I'm not going to be able to get the same sort of information. I mean, the aspect of my class, and when I took AS, everyone did the homework, so we were able to understand and grasp so much information, and now this isn't going to be happening. But just like Ms. Gill said, how is it that we can push forward and get more individuals involved? And how is it that we can have more individuals rise up? And how is it that we can allow for the success of multiple students at MA, because we want to make sure that we're reaching as many students as possible. And I don't think that the rigor is going to be lost in there. And there are other classes too. I think some students don't know, like, we aren't like getting rid of the Read 180 class. So students that are unable to do Read 180 still have that. A lot of students don't realize that there's an English support class. So students that are unable to do or need additional assistance, maybe they're reading at a 6th or 7th grade reading level, they'll have this support class to help them. So we're putting things into place to help everyone and make sure that this class can be as successful as possible with these aspects.
I just had a quick question, if that's okay. That might assuage some of my fears. But so you say, like, okay, when we're talking about it, I personally don't think like anyone from Hillview or La Entrada is going to be like harmed by this decision in any way. But what I was wondering is, what do you think is going to change from this 1 year that from coming in as freshmen, people from East Palo Alto going to their sophomore year are all of a sudden going to decide that, hey, I'm going to take AS2, when the problem right now is that they don't feel that sense of community in these honors classes? Like, what all of a sudden is going to change? Because if you look at something like the history department, where we have World Studies 1, which is a standardized curriculum for all of freshman year, come sophomore year, when there's an opportunity to take an advanced class like AP Euro, the demographics don't necessarily like show the same amount of people who are qualified to take that class.
Can I take a stab just for a second?
I just wanted to clarify that I am a little confused by terms like unqualified, because I feel like it brings in a certain amount of assumptions that I would challenge based on the roundtable reading we did with our Common Night assignments last week. We had a lot of students in our CP classes outscore students in our honors classes, and that's about perception. So, and they're ready for AS. So, yeah, I'm really concerned about words like qualified. So I just needed to clarify that.
Yeah, I think it goes along with Mr. Norrie when you say, we want, when students are in an AS English class, they feel confident, and that confidence propels them forward. And I think one of the reasons why you see this course proposal in front of you is because we want all of our students to feel that confidence. And the other reason I think you see the course proposal in front of you is because we could have easily said, well, we're just going to put everyone in English 1 and stick with our current course proposal, right? We could have said, well, we're going to put everybody in AS English 1 and we'll just, there will be no course proposal, right? The teachers did an exceptional job of really saying, what do we want this course to look like, right? How can we design a course that will engage and support and engage all of our students in rigorous academic work? And so that's why it's a course proposal that puts forward a kind of an integrity of intention and a different purpose than saying, hey, we're just going to put everybody in English 1. So if you look at the rubric that's in the course proposal, if you look at exceed standards on the rubric, that's a high academic level that students are going to be pushed towards. When you look at the use of standards-based grading, which is going to encourage students and give students the opportunity to revise work so that they can, if they're struggling, they can revise work as a way of supporting their efforts to meet the standard, but it's also the opportunity to revise their work to get to that exceed standard, to look at their writing and say, where can I get better? How can I improve this? How can I reach that exceed standard, which I'm aiming for? And it's that process, that strategy of standards-based grading tied together with a really strong task, right, which is what you're going to see in those essential questions, tied together with a really strong rubric, it creates rigor, creates access and rigor for all students. So I think just to put forth that's why there's a course proposal. It's because we think we can do it better by putting students together. We think we can challenge all students to have access and challenge students to achieve at a higher level by putting students together and designing the course in this way. It's a good question. I think we are constantly trying to find ways to improve diversity in honors courses. We're also just simply trying to find ways to improve the rigor and academic excellence of all of our students. The question about world studies is a good one. I think we could continue to look at this. I think this is one of the best efforts I've seen at creating content, pacing, expectations, a really strong course that's going to push all of our kids. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to bring in some of the other board members who've got their hands up too. I definitely don't want us to get into a lot of pushback just on SOSVIC, because I think other board members have other kind of pros and cons and questions, and then we'll kind of keep the conversation going. So let's, Rich, what have you got to?
Yes, I actually have a series of questions. I guess my first question is, before the pandemic, did AS English and college prep English read all of the same books as each other?
Actually, almost. It usually worked out due to pacing that the AS classes got a chance to read one more book than the CP courses did. But almost exactly the same. And that was, again, pre-pandemic when we started this conversation.
Sure, yeah, I mean, I know things are different in the pandemic, so I just kind of,
yeah, no, but
it's like, not this year, but
yeah, and it's the pandemic has actually like really shifted the way we've looked at this, because again, we started the planning for it well over a year ago when we were in person, and that was a really important point, that we were teaching the same texts anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you feel that the two courses had the same rigor before as each other?
Yeah, in terms of the essential questions, and in terms of the assessments that were given and how they were evaluated, yes, I would say that's the case. The pacing was a little bit different, which is also, to be honest, a huge equity issue that we've been grappling with, right? The main difference that we've experienced is that students in an honors class typically have their homework done on time. And that was the biggest difference. What I've noticed now, and that's an equity issue. That's not a skill issue, right? If homework.
What's the equity issue?
Homework, right? If homework is the difference between one class and another, that's not fair. And we're committed, we will assign reading. We are going to assign homework next year. That's, every student can do it. And we are committed, we're experimenting with different ways to make sure that every student can get the reading done and come to class prepared. And that's actually been super exciting, but I can answer other questions about that as well.
Okay, and so when you're talking about 8th graders having a hard time knowing which class to choose, were you already doing something like providing assessments to 7th and 8th grade teachers and rubrics to help them guide the students, and it wasn't working? And what were the challenge, like, why was it so hard for the 8th grade and 7th grade teachers to know how to help guide students?
I think it speaks to the complication of the age, like that transition from middle school to high school is super scary. It's, you're leaving an intimate experience, and then you're high school. I mean, there's 2,500 students on our campus, right? It's so many more options in terms of what you can take. So I think it's just a really hard age. But there were also, I think, things being communicated to students at middle school that, gosh, you've got to be able to read like 40 pages a night. And if you can't do that, then you can't go into honors. And Simone and Carl and Antone and other folks can jump in as well. I think that there was some misinformation, and as clear as we tried to be in all of our conversations with folks, people.
It's also the challenge of when you have a split kind of course offering like this. When kids are coming in, you see kids from across our demographic. They'll say, "Hey, I want to take an honors class," or they'll say, "I don't know that I really have the skills to take an honors class. I'm not sure I really want to, but I want to feel the status of being in AS English 1 class. I want to feel that I'm with my friends." So they feel kind of pressured to do that. Or they feel on the flip side, they're in a English 1 class and they're not sure of, I should take an honors class, but I'm not sure. It's a really difficult decision for 9th graders to make at that age. And there's a whole lot of status, friendship, comfort level with your community tied into it. The goal of the class is to, and there's a ton of high schools on the peninsula, Palo Alto, Mountain View, Los Altos, San Francisco, that do it this way, that you enter 9th grade to have an integrated experience. The goal is to have access to rigor and academics, absolutely, but it's also to get comfortable. It's to have a healthy, balanced experience. And then you make your choices of where you go and what type of high school experience after that you want to make, after you're grounded in that 9th grade experience. And so that's my comments. Thank you.
Okay. Assuming this class is approved, AS will remain as an approved course that the school could choose to offer if you did so choose in the future. Is that true?
That is true.
So approving this course does not mean that the school board is killing AS1.
Correct.
Okay. How will you judge if this new approach is successful, and whether you should return to offering AS in 1 or 2 years? What will be your metrics, and will we hear about that?
I think that's so exciting. I think it's going to be awesome. I really do. I think we're going to have more students signing up for AS English 2 from both sides of 101. And honestly, I think they're going to be more prepared to engage in more complex, more nuanced discussions when they have Socratic conversations. And I think that they're going to have more interesting things to say in their essays. I honestly do. I just think it's going to be so much more authentic. What students are able to write in AS English 2 or English 2, whatever they decide, is going to be more authentic. It's going to be more meaningful. It's going to be more topical. And I think we're going to have more folks signing up for AS English. And I think that we're going to have, I don't know how we're going to measure student stress, because all of this is going hand in hand. Like I said, we're going to assign homework. We're committed to assigning like 30 minutes of reading a night, right? But the goal also is for students not to feel so stressed and run out and like they're in a hamster wheel, because that's what we're hearing from parents as well. And that goes to part of the anxiety of, oh my God, do I sign up for AS or do I sign up for CP? Just to be more real.
Lara, sorry, just on the data end of the question, we have interim comprehensive assessments that we do across the district. So we've got the algebra initiative happening, and we just got our ICA results, and we're looking at the math comparisons with that. We'll also be looking at the number of grades. We'll be looking at UC A through G completion. And if this doesn't work, we won't keep doing it. But we look as a district at those measures every year, every quarter, every semester. I can tell you how Sequoia High School is doing, how their former ICAP students, who are now way more of them taking IB classes than before they did this, how our AIS kids who are now in biology, and literally in the first year, over 100 more kids who we slated because they weren't qualified for biology and were going to take AIS met their UC A through G requirement because we placed them in a class where they could show what they could do. How behavior issues went down when AIS went away. We've got the data on that. And then I've got the data that we can show you on our, what was our third big measure recently? Biology, AIS, and then
Algebra 1.
Sean's work at Sequoia. So we'll be tracking the data in addition to everything that Lara said about the real learning of how are you participating in your class and how good is your essay writing getting? And you will get reports on that.
Okay, yeah.
I just say it's going to take longer than 1 to 2 years to track longitudinal and see our growth by the time our students who are freshmen take their senior English classes. I also would, I know the board has questions. I have a, Kimberly, while we're assuming things about students' experiences, we have a student here who would like to just make a comment. So if it's okay, could Kimberly share some comments? She's been waiting really patiently.
Thank you, Ms. Kennel. So I'm a senior at MA. I know Ms. Kennel through the Shared Decision Making Site Council. And we talked about the course proposal there, as she said before. And my comment, what I said, I just said that as a person of color who has struggled with the transition from an EPA school to AS English 1, I'm glad that we're thinking of this course and having everyone kind of start out equally. And I'm hoping that it can encourage more students of color to take AS English 2 and then so forth. I think Southwick had some differing points, but I think at the end of the day, it's trial and error. And if it doesn't work, then obviously we can change it.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
All right, Shanice.
Great. First of all, I am just really excited about this course and the focus of looking at it through a multicultural lens, as well as really looking at getting to know other kids in the classroom that are coming from different feeder schools. I think that is powerful to think about how do you help kids belong, not just make friends, but belong to actually be motivated to take all of these different courses, regardless of who's in the class. I am very excited about that. I want to take a moment to say to student trustee Nori, thank you so much for challenging me and thinking about a different perspective of your powerful question saying, well, how will this deal with this problem of kids feeling belonging, kids being prepared? And yes, it feels like a little bit of a assumption or something like that. And I'm not saying that in a negative way, but I can't find the right word at 10 o'clock at night. But I want, or whatever time it is, almost 10 o'clock. And so I want to say to that is that Ravenswood is trying to prepare its students, but also students need to be in classroom with other students to sharpen themselves, as well as we have something coming from East Palo Alto or North Fair Oaks or wherever the kids come from, that they can also sharpen the kids who are coming from other districts. You're not giving up anything. We are participating together to learn together. And also this piece of multicultural lens, we actually get to have a conversation that ignites the kids' learning. What I heard through the presentation earlier with MA is that I heard that the kids' lights went on because we were talking about relating it to their experience. And so, and also learning about others' experiences through literature. So I am just really excited and thinking that you have to have a multi-pronged way of addressing community, right? And so it's not just showing up on campus and having clubs, it's also looking at academics, it's also looking at many different ways. So this is one way of doing that. It's not the way of doing it, but it's one of the contributing factors to help build a community. So I am very excited about this. And can't wait to talk to Ravenswood about what you guys are doing. So thank you so much.
Okay, Chris?
Chris Sewell. Sometimes Alan Sarver and I get to bring historical perspective to the conversations. And the history for me is I can't remember a course proposal that's inspired so much conversation as this one has. I looked at all the hands raised and was thinking Zoom should actually add something which would be the me next, and be able to wave your hand like this, because I really want to speak up about this. Look, I read your proposals with great excitement. I have to say I'm proud of the important and courageous work our district is undertaking in proposing all three of the courses. I'd say I think they're incredible and thoughtful leadership to ways to teach critical thinking, literacy, and in the data science one, numeracy. That's going to reflect vital skills when we think of the national context at this point. What do we need from the citizens of our country right now? And it's each of the things that these three courses present. Like Trustee Stevenson, I do want to recognize the comments of our colleague, Trustee Southwick. We've really come to know him as a brilliant contributor to our deliberations. He asks great questions and he adds important insights and observations to our deliberation. Furthermore, it struck me that I think he expresses concerns about this course that are probably shared by a number of parents in our district that we may want to pay attention to. To my colleague Southwick, I guess I want to say you inspired me to write my own point-by-point outline, at least, of how I would address the questions you raised in the article you wrote for the MA audience and you spoke to here. I'm glad instead you turned to Bonnie and to the teachers for really the educators' response to those important questions. It does strike me, however, that we should keep in mind the questions he's raised, such as, are there tangible advances being made in closing the achievement gap? Are we lowering expectations for students? Is this course contributing to mediocrity? That as the course develops over the time, I think many of us who, if you read the literature about detracking that Stanford is putting out and others, are very optimistic about this sort of approach. Nonetheless, we will be wise to track those questions. How are we doing against those questions that Southwick has raised for us? So, I mean, it will be my great privilege to support the approval of this course. Thanks for all your great work on it.
Okay. Sean, you've had your hand up for a bit.
Oh my gosh, it's been so long since I've spoken at a board meeting. So I'm kind of like here from the future, so to speak. And first of all, I want to say I'm really proud of my my brothers and sisters and non-binary siblings from Menlo Atherton. Welcome to the party. You know, the definition of racial inequity is when there are two or more racial groups who are not on equal standing. And when a policy promulgates that, then it's a racist policy. Ibram Kendi says that, and that really was helpful for me when I read it a couple years ago, because it crystallized the thoughts that were behind what we did at Sequoia, which was to not propose a new course and not eliminate a course. We were cautioned against doing that for, I think, some of the reasons we're seeing here. We just sort of quietly moved all of our kids into ICAP English in 9th grade, and it's been great. As we would expected, because there is absolutely no research that shows that tracking benefits either students at the high or low end of the skills continuum. Outcomes have been great. And we've taken this, the anti-gift we give to students on the first day they show up to our schools, which is to put them in a category as either honors or not honors, out of the equation, which is really cool. We've increased our success in IB, and we continue to have kids come back after they've graduated and tell us how happy they are that IB English or the Sequoia has prepared them to be successful in top tier colleges, and how thankful they are for their teachers. Usually they thank their senior year teachers, but I used to teach freshmen, so I know that's just how it goes. the 12th grade teachers get all the credit when they're talking about college, but that's all right. So I'm just really, want to throw my support behind this. I'm really happy to see it happening. I'm really happy to see this discussion, and I love that it's a robust one, as befits our district. The only thing I'll sort of like throw out here is, boy, wouldn't it be great if our legacy practices were held to the same level of scrutiny as these new approaches somehow seem to be? Wouldn't it be great if we were to ask some of these really probing, digging questions, great questions about some of the things that we just take for granted? And I would love to be sitting here and asking folks to persuade me that a track system benefits kids. So I'm really excited. And if I'm also, whoops, I can also talk a little bit, I guess I'm one of the other course proposals, but I can do that later so we can keep talking about this one. So.
Okay, thank you, Sean. I want to throw in a couple of cents before I get to Simone. And I want to tie together some of the things that Sean just said, Bonnie said, and Chris said earlier. Because also, this kind of work doesn't happen just in a vacuum. There is a lot of history, including board history, behind it. As Bonnie said, we have been working at having this kind of impact on freshman courses across the curriculum, with the biology for, freshman biology, with the Algebra 1 for All. And as Sean said, the ICAP movement already there. And this is, bringing another school in English more in alignment with that approach, and doing the detracking and bringing everybody in on a fair footing with appropriate support and equity of opportunity. And as Bonnie mentioned very specifically, we have seen in all of these places where we have made the change and, if you will, run the experiment, that the differences in attendance, in behavior, in academic achievement, and in where the students go following that freshman class has been the kind of improvement we have been after, and in many cases exceeded our expectations for students all across the range of perceived preparation coming into their freshman year. So to me, what we're looking at here is not a risky experiment that we're going to need to keep close tabs on over the next couple of years to see whether or not it happens to be working, but an expectation of the appropriate next step in a rollout that's been very intentional and historical across the district. And I think the care that's been taken in crafting this course to be a great course on its own, as well as meeting those strategic goals that we've long laid out, really excites me. So I mean, I'm as enthusiastic as I've heard from other board members about this course in particular being the great next step. So, for that one, I'm very enthusiastic. I'll turn it back to Simone, and hopefully then we can move on to some of the other courses and get to some action.
I can be the segue to the next course, the social justice and advocacy course, but I want to thank you for your support, and I want you to know that this was through a lot of real deep thinking. And yes, we did consider, is this going to be English 1 or AS English 1? But the consensus with the team of teachers was, let's look at the description. What is coming out of this course by the descriptors of what we want kids to read and connect with and understand. And that's where the title came up, right? It came after the creation of the course. So I want you to understand that this was the embodiment of what we are seeing. And when the teacher said, I'm teaching English 1 and AS English 1, and we're all questioning, why aren't students in the same room? it's just an amazing thing to really wrap our heads around. And thank you, because this is huge for MA. It's going to be huge for our community, and it's going to set the path towards great things for students to come. And then speaking of great creativity from our staff, we have Sharinda Bryant and Mallory Byrne, who proposed the elective social justice and advocacy. So
let me break in just for a second, because we're segueing to another great discussion. And I would like to ask the rest of our board for approval to extend the meeting beyond 10 o'clock, because we can't unless we do. I'm seeing thumbs up across the board. Okay, we are extending our meeting beyond 10 o'clock, and I continue on to the next course.
We do a public comment.
Yeah.
Thank you once again. Yes. Tricia Barr is over there with a public comment. We'd like to hear from you. Can we unmute Tricia? There we go. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I'm sorry, I missed the public comment when we kind of stepped away for a break on the COVID. So if I could jump into that for a second, and then my main point is to speak to my support for this class. As some of you know, I'm a parent with 2 kids at MA now and one at Hillview. And as I did want to speak to the COVID-19 piece, as far as a return to in-person learning, I do feel like it's important for students and teachers who feel comfortable doing so to get back to classrooms for not just for extracurricular cohorts. My youngest is at SUHSD, where 80% of the students are back in hybrid in person and 20% have chosen a virtual academy. I'd like the district to consider that option for interested teachers and families to get back to classrooms if they feel comfortable doing so. I'd also like for the subs in the in-person cohorts that are on campus today to be able to help students with their learning, not just supervise them. And then now back to my support for the multicultural literature and voice. So in addition to being a parent, I'm also on the MA Shared Decision-Making Site Council, and I am in strong support of the recommendation to combine the AS English and the College Prep English one for 9th graders. I think this change goes directly to one of the points that Councilmember Lopez's letter that President Sarver said, and as well as the earlier comment from the alumni, Mr. Hernandez, about his own experience at MA. In hearing this at Site Council, it was important to me that this change was driven by the teachers in the English department and is motivated by what they feel is best for all of MA's students. And to some of what we talked about as well, I also really hope that the classroom discussion will be even deeper because more voices and perspectives can weigh in on that discussion. And then we're able to build empathy through sharing those perspectives. So, I mean, it comes back to me that the net is that students shouldn't be tracked and, dare I say, segregated the minute they step onto MA campus based on where they went to middle school. I mean, we know that right now, 89% of the kids in AS English came from Hillview and La Entrada, and only 5% from Ravenswood. And I feel like this class starts to address some of those systemic issues of tracking students, while still providing the high standards and rigor that we expect for all our kids. I know that the question of are we compromising our standards has come up in our foundation meeting, and it's not an either or. We can bring people together and maintain our high standards and rigor. So hopefully it sounds like we're looking at using as a metric for the success, being able to look at how many kids from across the district are going to be prepared and welcome to take the AS English 2 class as sophomores. And I think that's a great metric. I think even though at the bottom line is we want to make sure that we're opening doors for all our students and not narrowing their pathways. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I need to apologize again. Rich has had to remind me twice to get to public comment on our items here.
No worries.
And
Thank you.
I'm not going to keep forgetting. I'm going to get that right. Okay, now Simone, please carry on.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Mallory Byrne and Sharinda Bryant to talk to you about their fabulous course proposal, also presented to our Shared Decision-Making Site Council for Social Justice and Advocacy, which will be an elective course.
Thanks, Simone, and thanks everyone for being here. It's definitely about an hour after my bedtime, so I'm definitely going to stumble over my words. Have some empathy for me, please. So this summer, Sharinda and I, one of the positive things that came out of COVID, really grew a very fond friendship with one another. And through that friendship, we decided that we wanted to bring our love for social justice to our school community. I think that this is a need that our students have, a need to feel that they have agency and autonomy and power to change things that they see are issues in their community. So we went ahead and created this, what we think is an amazing proposal to bring social justice and advocacy to our school. And Sharinda is going to talk about her why as well.
Thanks, Mallory. I like to think of social justice as a mindset first. And it's that mindset that influenced a community member to see an inequity and decide to do something to address it. And that community member followed procedures and methods to accomplish the goal. And that goal was to get people like me to become a teacher. And so social justice is very much tied to why I am here. And so I've developed my love for social justice through my own learning. And I'm very much pleased to be a part of this proposal to see if I can now give that gift to our students.
And I just have to say that the community member was Kathy Kwan, because we're so lucky to have Sharinda. She's a part of tonight's work with Mallory, and she's also part of the work that's happening at the the Multicultural English 1 class level. And she is a graduate of Developing Our Own.
First class, yes.
Okay. Board questions or comments?
I wanted to say something. This is Shanice. First of all, thank you for this course. I know I had talked to Simone about this about a year ago before I even know the course was being developed, saying kids need to see themselves in their subjects. And being at MA, wow, I think like 6 years now, because my oldest graduated almost 2 years ago at this point. Them doing their own protests, walking out, standing up, using their voices. Like, I've never seen that. That didn't happen well, we did some of that in high school, but not like these kiddos. So I feel like some education around social justice and what it's about is actually very powerful in seeing different perspectives, different movements. I do, based off what I read, and I've wanted to publicly thank Mallory and Sharinda for helping me share my heart and try to figure out my right words on how to give feedback about it. And I think at the end of the day, it does need to be the right person or the right team teaching that course to create a safe space for people who have diverse perspectives, not necessarily in line with social justice, making sure students don't come out with internal messages that they didn't come in with, that it's not helpful to their development. But other than that, I know that the students are already talking about it. I hear it from my own kids on Snapchat and TikTok and all these kinds. They are talking about it. And if we can be in there to kind of help them make sense of it and kind of what it means to them, I think it will help some of our student population. So thank you. And I'm glad it's elective, so it's not mandatory for everyone. So it's interest-based. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Rich?
Yep. Okay. Shawnice, I totally agree with some of those comments. I appreciate there's some adjustment to the words in the way the course was described. I appreciate those changes, in particular having to do with capitalism. And I just want to echo the diverse students and wanting to make sure that everyone feels welcome. An analogy that I think of, maybe it's not a perfect analogy, but like religious studies is good, but school shouldn't be church. And just want to make sure that it isn't a course that is trying to push any one political point of view on the students, but is really welcome to all students and isn't seen as something like that. I agree with what Shawnice said. It'll take just the right person to have the right tone for that course. And I'm in favor of any elective that there's demand for. So if this is something that students are interested in, I think it's great that we're offering it.
Thank you, Rich. One thing that I would say about the hesitation regarding it sounds like there's a little bit of concern about not welcoming certain opinions in. Social justice isn't political in our opinions. Social justice is life. And our students live in our society. And our society has some amazing things going on and some things that need improvement. And as a social studies teacher, part of my job is to work in that civic engagement with students. And just like Shawnice mentioned earlier, our students are talking about this stuff. We want to be able to guide them to feel that they do have a voice to change things for the better. And we do want to create that safe space for everyone to be willing to speak their truth and to make some stuff happen. I really get excited talking about like civic action, because when I think back to my high school experience, those are the things that I remember is my involvement. And I really think that students right now are yearning to be involved to make some positive changes.
And I would just add to that I believe that we're trying to create a classroom environment that mimics the real world. And in the real world, we're not always going to agree. And I would hope, and this is something that I'm looking for in my research, although social justice tends to have a liberal type of label, what do conservative viewpoints have to say about it? Because at the bottom line, this is human rights to me. And so it doesn't matter your political affiliation, like we should all at least agree that we want to progress our society, in a certain direction. So your political leaning may influence your approach to said things, but that's where we can come together and figure out the best way to do it. So I welcome all viewpoints, and really the class is not based on, trying to give a view to students. It's more about let's look at the methods, the techniques of movements, and let's use those techniques to analyze different types of movements and let the students come to their own conclusions.
Thank you. Sathvik?
But yeah, I just wanted to quickly say, I think the course looks really interesting, and I'm kind of sad that I won't be able to take it next year.
Excellent.
You'd be the perfect student there. You're already challenging us. So I appreciate
Yeah. And Sathvik, we'll send you some course readings. Don't worry about it. You can call in. Don't worry about it. I feel like Zoom is going to be a new tool just in general. So you can zoom in, all right?
Kimberly?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm a bit jealous that I can't be able to take this course too. But honestly, I think this course is just amazing. Miss Burns amazing. I like have her as a teacher. I love her so much. But honestly, I think I love social justice, and I love the fact that we have like the space at school, and like knowing Miss Bird and knowing how, I don't know Miss Bryant, but I've heard many good things about her, and I assume that her and Miss Byrne are equally as great. But I think just having these type of teachers teach this course is just amazing. And then, oh my God. Oh, and like, I think it's great for people like me, I want to be a lawyer, I want to get into law, to take this course, or like people who don't even know that they're passionate about this, to like learn and then like maybe want to go like pursue that career. And yeah.
Thank you. Excellent.
I
Okay.
love you too, Kimberly.
Okay, this time I do see some public comment out from the attendees and anybody else, but I see Alice has her hand raised. You can unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, good evening, everybody. My fourth child is a sophomore, and my first actually graduated 2009. So we've been at MA for a really long time. Anyways, I just want to say that this is the first board meeting where I have felt so many emotions of pride. And I appreciate all the teachers in the Sequoia Union High School and that all they're doing, and I know what they're doing is so difficult to do. And the other thing I want to say is this new English course, if you talk about social justice, that is what this is alluding to, right? And so I fully support that. And I love the new course that's the social justice course. And I think our education is finally to what our students' experiences have been. So I thank those students from the climate to all the way to the teachers who are recognizing that and have been recognizing that and been doing a lot of hard work to put that forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more in this bucket.
And this one goes to Sean Priest, and I think it's going to continue, especially for those of us who maybe our first love wasn't math, but this, or abstract math, A equals B, okay, that Sean is going to present that is being proposed. Sean, take it away. And Sean has been on a WASC visit, so I'm sure he's dying to go to bed. So thank you for hanging in there.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I have, I didn't get a chance to say hello to the new trustees, and thank you, Trustee Ginn and Trustee Stevenson. It's nice to see you on the dais, and congratulations. This is a really cool new course. We're excited about it. It's, your pathway in math for a long time was you came in and you got through algebra, then you went to geometry, you went to algebra 2, and then there was something advanced for you waiting or not. The A to G requirements had algebra 2 as kind of the minimum, and a lot of kids, I think, would stop there. We have IB offerings and among other upper division math courses. This is a new course at that level. So you're through geometry, you're thinking about taking algebra 2, maybe your pathway is to go to that higher level IB, or maybe not. You still want to go to college, but like Bonnie said, you're not maybe looking to take the linear algebra or going into a math college pathway. What this course does is focuses on application. So I think it really builds on the awesome work that we've done with our algebra course and our geometry courses to focus on concepts, to focus on applications. It's a course that was designed through Joe Bowler's project U Cubed at Stanford. It was also developed simultaneously by UCLA for the LA Unified School District. They're currently putting it through its paces so that it's an A to G credit, so students will get UC credit for taking this course as part of their college eligibility. It's all about application, right? So how do we tell a story with data? How do we use data to talk about causality, correlation? How do we make decisions, and how do we evaluate truth? Or how do we evaluate alternative ideas and with data and getting into some of that higher level stuff like linear algebra and data modeling, using data to understand our own biases, make predictions. And ultimately, I think having our students walk away feeling really empowered about the data science, which is, I think, such a huge part of professional success in whatever your field is. And this is what college professors and corporations talk about as being one of the sort of key 21st century skills is a fluency with data. And so we're really excited about this new course offering. We think it's going to be a great addition to our math program at Sequoia.
All right, and I see Chris's hand has gone up.
So I will just quickly affirm this interest in data science and let you know that I actually work with Stanford's Data Science Initiative. It is one of their key pathways and opportunities for the future. For me, in reading the proposal, it also combines professional opportunities with kind of deep understandings of math and data than critical thinking. And so I think it's a really excellent course.
Shanice?
I'm really excited about this course. When I saw it, I am not a math person. I'm a social worker, so math wasn't my thing. But had I had a class like this in high school, it would have surely prepared me for college and data and how much I use data in my daily life. And just now starting to understand and fall in love with data a little bit more. And I think that this is a really powerful course to think about ethics and health disparities and just many kinds of things that are out there that's ran by data. So thank you for providing this. I think it actually will be very life-changing because it's relative to the kids, but it's also made for the future. So thank you.
Okay, Rich? Nope. Oh, you're muted.
Second time. So one of my favorite books is the Lies, Damn Lies and Statistics or something like that as a title. And this seems like the course version of what that book teaches. And I think it sounds great.
Okay. All right, anybody out in the public got something to say? All right, so we have discussed our way through these and I would welcome.
Move to approve the 3 courses.
Yep.
I'll second though with a question. If any among us dissents on one of the courses, that might be difficult.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's see how this vote goes. And if
I want to just ask if anybody wants to split them.
Yeah.
I'm proposing all 3 in one vote. Does anybody want to split?
No.
I hear none.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that is unanimous. Very good. I personally appreciate the rich depth of this conversation. It's not something that I would encourage as a matter of course every time we go to approve new courses, but I also think that this was extremely valuable to us for this group of courses. I think it was also useful at this point in the history of the currently newly constituted board to have this conversation. So thank you all for that and congratulations on some great course development. Now we move on to a bucket of CTE courses.
Alan, before we go there, I do want to say that my heart is so happy. And when we've talked forever about closing the achievement gap, we're finally doing things that research shows make serious movement. And I'm so excited for all the kids in our district and the growth and opportunities and getting to know each other. So I think that modern, data ed gods like Joe Bowler and Linda Darling Hammond and Jeannie Oakes are shining down on us today. But I also think that John Dewey, who's my personal favorite, who way back in the 1800s was saying, why are you tracking kids? It's not good for them. It's not good for anyone. Would be so pleased with this. And I guarantee you guys are going to see great data results. So, and last, I have to thank Southbeek for the best hour of the day. He is a gentleman and a scholar, and we did not agree, but I loved every moment of discourse with him. And I think that all his teachers are so lucky. So thank you, Southbeek, so much for being you and for being here. And I love that Chris wrote down your points. They are ones we need to look at. And with that, I just texted Tiffany Burkle and said, are you still awake? Because she has been waiting a very long time to talk to us about the CTE classes, which are another slew of classes that I think are just so exciting for opportunities for kids to experience meaningful curriculum and to launch meaningful pathways. So there she
Just
is.
a
Hi,
quick-
Tiffany.
Here.
She climbed out of her shoe.
Out of my shoe and into a waterfall.
Nice.
I have that problem.
Well, yeah. So good evening, trustees. So it kind of is the theme of the night, introducing classes to help with the achievement gap. And that's what I have for you here I think there's 6 of them, 6 of them, career technical education courses. And these are really super excited as we continue to build and expand pathways. The first 3, I'll kind of clump them together because the first 3 go together. It's a revamp of the engineering program at Woodside High School. We've got some incredible new teachers in that program who kind of took a look at the course and said, you know, and the way the pathway was, and that was a little bit disjointed. And so they are very familiar with Project Lead the Way. And between that and some meetings, because we do have a K-12 Strong Workforce grant with Kenyatta College, specifically to develop this engineering pathway and these courses. So that's a lot of the feedback from the college came into developing these courses as well, with the goal of once we get them implemented and up and running, that we will be able to start doing some dual enrollment with these classes as well to develop a seamless pathway between the high school and the college. So that's your engineering essentials, which would be the first class. Engineering design and development would be the 2nd level class, which would build on that first one. Or I'm sorry, I'm reading them in order on the thing. It's actually intro to engineering, engineering essentials, and then engineering design and development, which would be the capstone course. Also for Woodside, they have a business technology academy that they are currently reshifting to better align with the Bay Area labor market. That's one of the things that we're continuing looking at with our CTE programs, is making sure that they align with where the jobs are. And so they are actually moving to a almost kind of an arts, media, and entertainment, more into a lot of the Adobe products, looking at some of the design. So everything from graphic design to web design. There's some film that goes into there, and there's a lot of opportunities within that pathway to go a bunch of different routes. And so this is the first course in that pathway, which is going to be Multimedia 1. Again, this is a course that we've worked on with the college. This one is with Foothill College. And we're looking at being able to align their pathway, this being the first course in that pathway, but aligning that pathway with their graphic design certificate program. And then the last 2 courses are for our new school, Tide. The 10th graders this year are starting into their CTE pathways, the 2 pathways for that school, of course, being computer science programming. Right now, because with the way the industry is, it's focusing on Python is the programming language that they're using in that class. So this is the introductory course for that, again, in partnership with Foothill College. The class is dual enrolled. It's actually being currently co-taught by one of our teachers and a teacher from Foothill College. And same thing with our digital media marketing. That is the other pathway at Tide. And this is the introductory, or the first class within that pathway, also being co-taught by one of our teachers and a Foothill College instructor. So that's a very...
That was good.
And I should mention that the digital marketing pathway, also Facebook was also a partner in that, because they have worked very closely with Foothill to to implement this pathway and the curriculum for it.
Excellent. Thank you. Shanice, your hand is up.
This sounds really great. I'm loving the CTE. I'm very interested in that, and I know some of our middle schools are interested in how we can get kids prepared to go into the CTE, especially for those diverse learners or kids who learn different and they need more hands-on real life work. I do have one question. You said you're working with Foothill. And I've learned so much in the last few days, so I might be rambling. Is that like early college? Is that concurrent? Or is this just like, oh, this helps you a prerequisite to take this class with Foothill, or this is a Foothill class? So I got all these terms in my head and I don't know which one relates to this.
Sure. So our classes are dual enrollment, meaning that or dual credits. So they're taking at the same time simultaneously a high school course and a college course.
Okay.
And when the courses get designed, we kind of do it backwards. And we start with the college course and we're integrating it and aligning it with the high school standards, and then filling in with curriculum that supports standards that maybe aren't addressed by the college course, as well as skills or knowledge that kids need to make the college material accessible to them. The courses are actually, we have what's called a CCAP agreement. And there's a whole bunch of ed code around the CCAP agreement. But the idea really is to provide opportunities and access to some of these more advanced or higher level classes to kids that don't necessarily always get those opportunities. They don't have to be college ready. The idea is that we provide a lot of supports and scaffolds to help students build those skills to be able to assess the content.
Okay. This was good. Thank you so much. I'm glad to hear about what you're doing with the CTE. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Not seeing other hands, I'll start sticking in my 2 cents. Those that have been around me for a while, our 2 longtime board members, and especially Tiffany and Bonnie, know that I have long been very, very focused on CTE as a critical part of the education we offer. And I'm particularly glad to see these courses, not only for what's in these courses, but in the context of the discussion around equity that we've been having in many, many different formats during the course of the evening. And that, these courses really reflect what I've long said, which is that the biggest word in college and career readiness is and. And through this CTE set of courses, we are not only highlighting career readiness, but we are highlighting, again, not only college readiness, but college experience. And we are aiming it squarely at the students who are coming to us with the least expectations of college success ahead of them. Looking at the design of these courses, I spent a career in industrial automation and material handling, logistics, inventory management, movement of goods, doing large software system design, and just the description of how these courses move students through the range of things that they need to gather to prepare themselves for that whole industry is such a brilliant catalog of the groundwork you need to get going. I can see students walking out of these courses more perfectly prepared for the work I was doing in those years than the professionals who came to join the companies I was with. There's everything to love about this. And I'm just really excited. I'm excited to see these things coming to us from different campuses to begin with, and that they're ready to be shared across multiple campuses. One of the things that occurs to me is that I very much hope that we develop a strong engineering SAC in the district. I was also pleased to see that a couple of them came from diverse outside sources. And it demonstrates that we are doing something that is a little bit smarter than something that a lot of Silicon Valley engineering companies fall prey to, which is not invented here syndrome. The high-tech companies hate to use something that somebody else invented. But the really wise tech developers are really happy to leverage what other people have developed and proven. And taking on courses from Project Lead the Way, and courses that are using the partnership of our community colleges and our neighbor partner companies like Facebook is nothing but a win. We've got so much depth and maturity of course coming to us out of the box, that these are going to be brilliant. So I could not be more thrilled with this bundle of courses, no matter how you handed them to me. So with that, I am fully in favor and really pleased. And I would welcome a
Move to
motion.
approve these courses.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Once again,
Thank you,
unanimous.
Tiffany.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, we are ready to just move on to a kind of our closing activities. Board of Trustees, Superintendent's comments, committee reports, and agenda setting. Does anybody have anything in any of those categories? Chris, I see your non-blue hand.
My real hand. Two things in terms of committee reports. Rich and I and the superintendent met with in the Redwood City 2x2x2 this past week. I think there were 3 topics covered. But by the way, I would describe that relationship as collaborative, productive, and congenial. It's a nice place to share concerns. They were interested in the superintendent search at large and was pleased to let them know about the community input, and several of them had participated in that. They asked questions about the SROs on campus, and particularly Redwood City, so Sequoia. It was nice to see the city is engaged, thinking about their police department and making sure it's working effectively with the school district. And Rich, what was the?
I might just mention that the chief was there.
The chief was there, good, yeah. And then Crystal talked about the back to school plan. Now, I don't think anything else that we should be sharing with the board, Rich or Crystal? Yeah, okay.
I think that was good.
All right. The only other thing I wanted to suggest was an agenda item that's really prompted by Shanice's question of MA about grades and how are you doing, and is echoed in an email that I saw Alan Sarvin and I received from a teacher who said, how are we doing? I think it was a great question of her, and maybe one the board should ask. How did things go the first semester? How did they go in the fall? As we look at GPA might be one measure of that. I mean, we've looked at attendance, but I think this is to ask sort of the broader measure. Credits earned, things like that. And I guess I would trust, if this is something the board supports as a report on student progress fall quarter, I would actually turn to the staff to identify the metrics that they think are most important to look at.
We were
I would
planning
be
on,
supportive of that.
I would love to get input on metrics because there's so many different ways to slice it. So we'll definitely do the usual, but if there's something you'd really like to see, please send me an email.
So I was going to also ask about that, and I think it is. Oh my gosh, it's getting late. My brain is stopping. grades and credits earned, with special focus on our freshmen.
I would like to slice the data not only by class, but communities, socioeconomic groups, the usual demographic slicing. I think that's going to be particularly important.
I think that that would be very helpful in being able to. One of the things I have questions, and I don't mean to keep beating a dead horse if I'm saying that correctly, Bonnie, but to figure out if this is a distance learning thing, how kids are doing compared to when it was non-distance learning. And that will kind of help us see who is continually having issues, right? Because we're going to come out of this pandemic. I'm hopeful, right? And so I want Simone and all the other principals, Sean, all of the principals, if those are the same kids, what did we learn during this pandemic that we can continue to support those kids? Or it would look different because we don't have the same type of stressors and conditions, but we may be able to continue some attendance stuff or MTSS, am I saying it right? All those different strategies for those kids. And those kids, we would know also who it really was a distance learning issue. And so I just think it will give us some different data.
Great.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I missed, but it would give us, you know what I'm saying. Thanks.
I know what you're saying.
Sorry, 10 o'clock at 10:30 at night.
Yeah. Okay, any other thoughts? And if not, then I will accept a motion to recess back to closed session. I think we will take a look at where we left our earlier closed session conversations and decide how much time and energy we're prepared to continue devoting.
Ellen, can I just say one thing? I know it's not on the agenda, but I just want to acknowledge Simone being part of the Education and Equity panel that Menlo Park, Ravenswood School District, and Sequoia Union High School District. It was really, really nice. I was jumping out of my seat listening to our communities really talk about education and equity and what communities really need. And so I just wanted to put a shout out for that because I think it was actually very powerful.
Excellent. And with that, I will accept a motion for adjourning to closed session.
So moved.
Yeah.
Everybody, aye?
Aye.
All right, and Zoom wave, good evening to those that aren't going.